All right. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're all doing beautifully. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. How are you all today? Go ahead and say hello in the chat. I'm saying hi right here. And let us know how you doing, how you feeling, and where are you from on planet Earth? Where are you from on planet Earth? Today is going to be an awesome day. I'm only here in the beginning. Alan Steinfeld, who I'm bringing on in a second, he's going to be the main MC today and hosting. And today's event, as you know, is Ascension Alchemy Unlocking Ancient Codes. And we did an event a couple months ago called The Ancient Future, and this is kind of the continuation, the sequel, if you will, on that. And Unlocking Ancient Codes, I feel that on some level, I've heard for so many years that we're bringing back ancient wisdom. It's a resurrection of the ancient wisdom. But if you really look at this planet, you can't help but deny that we have something very novel on this planet. The way that technology is, the way globalization is going on right now, even the way our technology has evolved compared to maybe ancient civilizations. Yes, we are resurrecting the ancient world, but we're doing it in a whole novel way. It's a beautiful paradox. So, what this event is designed to do is to unlock the ancient codes within you, continue the process of remembrance within yourself, so that we can do what I guess the universe wanted us to do in the first place: experience ourselves infinitely in incredible ways as we grow and evolve in the years to come. So, really excited for today's event, today and tomorrow. We'll be together until around 3 p.m. both days Pacific time, which is 6 p.m. on the East Coast. All speakers except for Jessica Taylor, who's going to be the first one, will also be at the New Living Expo, which will show. Hopefully, Jessica can come and join us in 2027 as well. So a lot of the people that you're going to see today, they're going to be at the expo, which you've probably seen around by now. NewLivingExpo.com, and we'll go ahead and play the trailer in a second. But let's begin by bringing on our host, and my good friend Alan Steinfeld.
Hey,
Hey,
Neil.
Alan,
Always good to
welcome.
join you on one of these huge conferences that Portal Ascension is doing. And of course, we definitely want to get everyone watching in California to the expo this weekend. It's going to be a fantastic event that you've just taken on. What a major, major accomplishment.
Thank you,
I'm
brother.
proud of you. You are the spiritual entrepreneur of our times. You know that? You
It's
really are.
it's I'm really excited, as you know, because you've been there the whole journey with me for the New Living Expo. It's
Yeah.
honestly, I was telling my parents yesterday, because I'm here with my family, that this expo is the biggest challenge that I've ever had in my whole life. Thousands of hours, 12 hours a day, 6 months in a row, no breaks, no nothing. It's just, but I know that there's so much potential for what it can become, and I really want to make it a beautiful experience for everyone. I feel like on some level I'm creating a massive party and I'm inviting all my friends. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of vibe that I'm going for.
Yeah, the friends you have yet to meet are coming, you
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
So I
So
think it's
what?
going to be fantastic. Wait, I just want to say it's in Marin
Yeah.
County, the Marin County Center. Go to, oh, you're going to show the trailer, right?
Well, let's play in a second, but I just want to check with Jessica real quick. You cannot hear us? Can you hear us? Or no? Okay.
She was hearing us before. Should we
Let me just let her know here. Restart.
should we add her to the stage and just have her?
Oh, she can't hear me, but that's okay because she can hear
All
you,
right.
which is all that
Oh, she
matters.
can hear me. Okay. Hi,
Yeah.
Jessica. Okay,
So
good.
we'll play the trailer in a second for New Living Expo. But Alan, why don't you tell me what unlocking ancient codes represents for you?
Embedded within our psyche, within our akashic records, if you want to call it, within the nature of our soul, our ancient, ancient wisdom that only when we move into a certain vibration can we unlock this ancient wisdom. So people at one level, they just know the world around them, and then they may get deeper insights as they go, unlocking one layer of codes. As we go into unlocking the ancient codes, it allows what the soul has always known to emerge in this lifetime, because the dimensional space is shifting, and in that shifting we need access to this ancient wisdom. So I think everyone
Mm,
today is bringing a deeper essence of vibration, or a deeper vibration, let's just say, to resonate with what's already in the soul's understanding, because the whole
mm.
planet is shifting to a new vibration. So we need these facilitators to help unlock this deeper awareness so we can all live at a new level of
Yeah.
awakening. How's that?
Love. Yeah, because it's a great answer because ultimately within us we have the truth and the wisdom, and these codes are ingrained in our DNA since inception, right?
Right. And all these people are channeling, are some of them, I guess most of them are channeling these other frequencies, which is also beyond their conscious awareness. So when you
Yeah.
are in the presence of these other vibrational energies, it triggers an initiation response within the human psyche to access that part of themselves as well.
Mm. Love it. All right, so before we get started, we're gonna bring on Jessica Taylor in a second, but let's go ahead and play the trailer. I want to invite you all to the New Living Expo. So much love, so much intention, so many people have gone into this. I was just thinking the other day because there's 125 speakers, 120 speakers, 120 around 120 exhibitors as well, and just from the staff, the speakers, and the exhibitors, that's 400 people just from the people putting on the experience, right? So it's really an amazing event with so many people coming together with synergy. We've had some meetings with the speakers and exhibitors beforehand where we meditated and connected to really create a synergistic experience so that we all feel that we're doing this together rather than just another conference that we're going to. And it's also the beginning of, I feel, the future of conscious gatherings where we can continue moving forward with collaboration over competition and unifying our forces and our organizations to create huge impact on Earth. So I'm going to go ahead and play the trailer
I just want to
right
say
now.
one more thing, Neil, is that
Yeah.
fact that being there in person with a community of people is also a power of unlocking these ancient codes because we're all moving into this new vibrational
Yeah.
awareness. And I think it's perfect that Portal to Ascension has taken over the New Living Expo because you're facilitating a higher awareness, a greater reality. Okay, so let's,
Yes. Yeah.
yes.
We unlock the codes within each other when we're together.
Okay, so I
Okay. Here
see,
we go.
okay, go ahead.
The world is changing faster than ever before, and within this evolution, a new consciousness is rising. At the New Living Expo, thousands gather to expand consciousness, explore new conscious technologies, ancient wisdom, and the future of human potential. Immerse yourself in 3 days of heart-expanding wisdom and mind-binding awareness, with over 90 speakers sharing tools to awaken your highest potential. 125 exhibitors, 3,000 attendees, awakened souls unite in one powerful weekend of learning, healing, and connection. Experience transformation, connection, and the next chapter of human evolution. It is time for humanity to awaken. Join us at newlivingexpo.com.
There we have it. We are
Okay.
6 days away, Alan.
I know it's really, really exciting. It's like building, it's energy's building, and it starts right here today. It really
Yes.
does.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes. So are you ready to bring on Jessica?
I'm ready. I'll bring her on right now.
Let's
There
do it.
she is. Hey,
Hey,
Jessica.
Jessica.
Hi.
A little bit of an anticipation through that introduction, right?
Yeah,
Are you in England now? Are you
I
speaking to us?
am. Yeah,
Okay,
I am. I'm
welcome. All right.
in
Well,
foggy England.
I am so happy you're here today. Anything you want to say about Jessica? Because I can introduce her from the.
Yeah, go ahead and do the official intro. But Jessica and I mean, I've seen Jessica's work for over the last year, but we only started working together within the last month, right? Jessica, 2 months ago, I think.
Yeah,
And
I think
it's
just
been a
before
couple months.
Christmas. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Mm.
And so Jessica is fairly new to Portal Ascension, but her channeled wisdom and what comes through her is incredible. So I'm excited for all of us to experience it today. And I feel it's really a great way to tune into the energies of what is going on and starting with the a channel transmission. Because I feel
Mhm.
that you're going to be going into some things that are relevant for you, right, Jessica? Things that are coming through right now with the collective through your
Yeah,
channel state.
especially over the last couple of months as we've had the change into the new energetic year, there
Yes.
has been bolder, bigger messages for the collective,
Mm.
definitely.
Well, I'm so happy you are an intuitive channel and energy translator, spiritual guide, and you're
Oh, shit.
dedicated to
I
helping
can't.
people connect to their multidimensional essence, which is really what we need as we come to this new time. And I especially like that you share the wisdom from the Pliedians, the Pleiadian essences, and you bring this like perspective in now when we're really reaching into these fifth dimensional awarenesses. How long have you been channeling the Pleiadians?
Jessica said she can't hear you now, so what we'll do is I'm talking to her privately. Maybe we'll just give her the
Okay,
stage and
I'll
just let
just
her take it away. You
okay,
know?
I'll just do that.
Yeah.
There
Go
she
ahead.
is. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Okay, can she?
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Okay.
get her to take it away.
All right. So I think as we're talking about Ascension and Ascension alchemy, it's a good place to start with talking about how we are alchemizing a lot of the energies that have gone on from the past experiences that we have had collectively in Atlantis and Lemuria. So there have been many events from those times, from the fall of those civilizations, that have now become reflected in what we're experiencing collectively at the moment. The only difference is now we're experiencing that in reverse. So with Atlantis and Lemuria, we're talking about a time where there was a high civilization, where there was a lot of deep insight. Humanity was working with beings from the cosmos, lots of different energies coming through. But then they went through a fall of that civilization, and there are various reasons for that. But what we're starting to see now is the reversal, in that we have moved from a time of darkness and we're moving into a much more coherent state. So we're starting to see the collective actually move into a space where we are starting to tune into higher consciousness. As most of you will probably be aware, if you're listening to this, of the 3D to 5D shift that's going on. And that's really gaining momentum, especially over the past couple of years. And many of you might have been even feeling that accelerated over the last couple of months, particularly over the last couple of weeks when we've had this alignment. There's been different planetary alignments that haven't occurred for a long time, and that has brought higher states of consciousness into the planet. And that's something I've been tuning into quite a lot. And one of the main things that we are experiencing now is the rise of the divine feminine. And it's not that the masculine isn't rising too, both are, but there is something slightly different happening with the feminine, because it had been in a state of suppression for a long time. And there is a pattern there where there was feminine energy was more passive, and then it has gone through a process of rage, through a process of distortion, that has kind of led to a more aggressive aspect coming in from the feminine. But we're now starting to see that circle round and actually come into a state of balance, rather than there being an extreme of either. So no extremity to the more passive receptive kind of energy, nor to the aggressive. And the masculine is kind of following that as well, except it's worked almost in the opposite way, in that the masculine energy has gone from a state of being more aggressive, and then moving into a state of more passive energy. And that kind of causes some distortion and some confusion within humanity. And this is reflected in the macrocosm, in the way that we see Atlantis and Lemuria showing us the same kind of events happening as there were at the fall of that, but in the reverse order, going from a time of coherence into a time of distortion, as we are now with the masculine and feminine energies, going from a time of distortion into a time of coherence, as we start to work through and rebalance that out. And so there's lots of us now remembering our past lives from those times. There is an abundant remembering of Atlantis and Lemuria, and many of you may be remembering past lives from Egypt, and also some of the kind of priestesshoods, like the oracles at Delphi. I've been tuning into that energy a lot recently, because These were women who were put into a position to channel, but they were only permitted to channel the god Apollo and work really on behalf of the masculine energy rather than working on behalf of the full collective. So we're starting to see memories of that come back with a lot of people, because it's coming back so that we can start to heal that, start to tune into that energy. There's still a lot of distortion around that. As many of you may be aware, there is an aspect where both the feminine and masculine are kind of confused as to what their purpose is at the moment. There's a lot of extremities in either direction. But this is really so that the density, so that the shadow can be cleared out of that in a way that allows us to now step into a higher frequency, because you can't move into a higher consciousness the same as you can't go up in a hot air balloon if you've got lead tied to the bottom of it. You have to release the weight so that you can then shift up into something higher. And as your consciousness expands, so does your purpose. So the more that you allow that weight to be shifted from you, then you also allow the opportunity for expansion, because you can't hold more while you have too much packed in there. So the more that you allow things that don't align with you anymore, that are no longer in the resonant frequency of your highest version of yourself that you can be, if you hold on to that stuff, then you don't get to step into that higher version. But the more that you allow the weight to be shifted, and the more that you allow expansion, then you also allow more in, because you can fit more in when you go into a more expanded state of energy. And for some of us, that's something that we're going to do consciously. We're maybe doing it through meditation or spiritual practices. And for others, that's going to be something where we have to really think about that and have to be very, very aware of everything that we're holding on to from the past and past cycles. And for many of us, it's going to be a combination of both. And there are different aspects that you can use to help guide you through that. Some of you maybe will be using astrology that will kind of show you where it's a good time to release things from different cycles. But the thing that I think we're starting to really tune into most now as a collective is that knowledge is within us. So yes, astrology is a guideline, but everything like that is a kind of a blueprint for the directions that we can take, or to give us some kind of guidance. But actually we know it in and within ourselves. And somebody asked me in a channeling recently, how do they know that everything that they are trying to create and bring into their life is going to work out? And what the Pliedians replied was, you already know. You have known for ages, and you will always know through your intuition that you are moving into that higher timeline. The part that we struggle with as humans is that the ego then tries to kind of bring us back into what's familiar, and that is what can kind of cause distortion and move us out of a state of trust, therefore collapsing that like potential higher timeline. But of course we want to move into that higher timeline. So I think now is a time where we are being very much collectively called into starting to trust what we know within ourselves to be possible for ourselves, what we know to be possible for the collective, and what we know that we can allow to come in without second guessing everything and trying to check back and find clarity and proof of everything, because our brain is constantly looking for reminders. The ego is looking for anchors in the physical world to confirm what the beliefs that we're trying to move into it are. But we are starting to master our consciousness in a different way, where ego doesn't have so much of a grip, where we are starting to be able to lock with higher frequencies. And yes, the ego then kind of holds on and tries to pull us back into what is familiar, but at the kind of level of the greater collective, once we've started to make that shift, once that snowball has begun, it gets bigger and bigger, and it gains more and more momentum, and we feed off of each other's energy when we step into that. So for every moment that you were in a higher frequency, or for every moment that another person is in a higher frequency or in a state of coherence, they will hold that frequency, and that allows your energy to entrain into that as well. So as well as working on our own personal paths, we are tuning into each other and moving ourselves into a state of coherence by the way that we are all collectively having moments of holding a higher frequency. So it's kind of like if you have a moment where you're in a very high vibration, you are going to bring, by kind of the natural entrainment and the way that vibration likes to move to a higher resonance, you're going to entrain other people into that frequency. So if they're having a bad time and they're having a bad day, you kind of hold that frequency for a little bit to help them continue the shift into fifth dimensional consciousness. And the same for if you're having a difficult time, or you're having a day where you're waking up and you're grumpy and you feel like things aren't working out and you've kind of forgotten that you create your own reality, then there'll be someone else somewhere. You might not know them, they might not be close to you, but the frequency goes out a long way, where they are holding that vibration a little bit too. So we're kind of holding up the collective now. It's not that we've gone past the level of one by one individually or just having small moments of awakening to basically moving into a much higher state of consciousness in a way that means that we are all holding each other when there are dips in that for individuals, which means that the consciousness can continue to rise into that higher vibration. And so we're seeing the correction of the fall of Atlantis and Lemuria, of the various events that have happened throughout the cosmos. So there have been times where there have been huge drops in consciousness on other planets and through other star systems as well. And a lot of that distortion is being healed right now. A lot of us are starting to tune in and remember. And one of the things that has been coming through is that collectively, because we're moving into this fifth dimensional consciousness, there are stargates that are starting to now open and become available to us that were left here during the times of Atlantis and Lemuria, particularly in the few thousand years leading up to the point where the fall really kind of took everything down, because they could feel that there was a change happening and that there was a density kind of coming in. And so there were stargates created to different places throughout the cosmos. And those stargates are now starting to come online because our consciousness is starting to frequency match with them. And this was one of the things that has recently kind of come through while I've been channeling, that the stargates, there had been attempts to find them by beings on this planet who maybe aren't planning on using them with the greatest integrity and not for the benevolence of the rest of humanity. But the stargates, when they were created, were frequency locked. So they can't be used by beings who are in a low vibration or with that kind of malevolent intent, because the emotions and the frequency that we give off when we have that attempt to kind of control or be malevolent towards others means that we can't phase lock with the stargate. And particularly we can't phase lock with the places in which those stargates come out. And the use of the stargates for many of us is going to be an experience that we do not need to go there with our physical body and pass through that. And so it's something that we can sometimes access through deep states of meditation, particularly when our vibration is very, very high. Sometimes it doesn't even need to be that deep. It depends on how quickly you can kind of shift your vibration, whether you need to be in a deeper trance or not to do that. But this opportunity to move into these other aspects of the cosmos are starting to happen. So you might find that you've already had experiences where you feel like you're in a different star system or in a different place on this planet and having an experience that can feel very physical. And when you come back, you are kind of confused. Maybe it's been through a dream and it feels too realistic to be a dream or just a meditation. But the memories are very, very vivid. That could be because you've frequency locked with one of the stargates and moved into one of those different places. One of the other things that this activation of these stargates does is to continue to accelerate the fifth dimensional frequency, the move of humanity into that frequency. And some of them go into sixth and seventh as well. And when I was channeling, they explained that this is why in certain parts of the world, particularly in the Middle East, there were a lot of stargates placed there. There have been so many kind of aspects that we see in the 3D perception as being political or about different belief systems, but actually a lot of that is because there is a consciousness that is being triggered there that is causing the release of a lot of density and causing a lot of people to start to want to experience reality in a different way. So quite often I think what we see in the microcosm is a reflection of what's going on in the macrocosm, in fact probably all of the time. So I'm going to let Kistos come through now. So Kistos is the 7th dimensional Pliedian that I channel, and we'll just see what he has to bring to the table today. So just give me a couple of minutes to bring him through. And I'm just going to pop an alarm on my phone because I need something to bring me back. And then we will bring Kistos through. Okay. Yes, welcome to one of the most transformational years that you are going to experience on your planet. Certainly, many of you who have been alive for several decades will not have experienced anything like this. Of course, those of you who are younger will not have. But what is different for those of you who are older is that you have been experiencing so many different shifts. Your advances in technology have seem to have surpassed what you have experienced in the past. But of course, that is only what you have experienced in the past in your collective memory. There have been advances much further back than that. But we are speaking now about the human timeline that you collectively know about and remember. And so it can seem that you are making huge, sometimes progress and sometimes regression, depending on the perspective that you have as a human and how comfortable you feel in this different kind of momentum that you are having as a collective. Now, the next 18 months are going to present you all with so many opportunities to fully collectively move into the 5th dimensional frequency. We do anticipate that there is going to be some who will choose to step into that vibration slightly later. So there will be this perceived split, although we think there may be more than one separation. So you experience 2 or 3 different layers of frequency as you move, because some of you will be able to jump very easily from one dimension into another because you have already prepared your consciousness, or the younger ones amongst you have come in with 5th dimensional consciousness already as their predominant experience, so they will make the shift easily. Many of you get concerned about the technological impact on the younger members of the human civilization, and whilst we can understand the legitimacy of this at the 3rd dimensional level, when it comes to the 5th dimensional level, this is not going to impact in that same way, because as they make that jump, they will have a different way of using and interacting with these different technologies that you have on your planet. And there are some that are available to you that are created from ancient civilizations past and have now been reawakened. So, for example, there were some technologies given at the time of Atlantis, programmed in for you to use at this point in the human experience, because when they were created, the beings in Atlantis at this time did not have such a linear perception of time as many of you as humans do now, although you are starting to lose that rigid linearity to your perception. And so they were able to create certain advances that you would be able to connect in with and use when you get to this point in your civilization, being able to see it from that point in the past. Now, there are nefarious types of technologies also, but because so many of you are shifting into this fifth dimension, you are starting to tune into and use technology in a way that is more in alignment with that fifth dimensional consciousness. There will, of course, be your periods of confusion as you learn how to navigate and learn how to use your intuition to work out where these technologies are beneficial for you collectively and where they are going to hold you back or be malevolent towards you. But we are bringing you this message because we do not want you to outsource your consciousness and your physical body that you come in with as a human. The energy that you possess is the most it is the most intelligent computer. It is the most intelligent connection that you have to the collective consciousness. But when you use your technology in a way that it becomes a mirror to reflect the parts to you that you find difficulty in seeing, it can also help you to entrain back into your own inner knowing, because many of you have difficulty in trusting what you know within yourselves. And once you have gone through this brief period of using it as this confirmation, then you will start to find that it is not necessary to use it in this way anymore, because you have moved yourself back into trust and you can work with your intuition. And there are certain particular technologies that are for this purpose. As we've said, there are some that are more nefarious, but your discernment is getting so much sharper. So many of you are feeling naturally called towards the ones that are with a higher vibration and rejecting through your energy those which are possibly set out to control you. So this is one of the aspects where you are going to experience a change in the way in which technology is interacted with. So for many of you that are feeling the frustration of seeing heads down in looking at screens throughout your recent years, this will start to change as the fifth dimensional consciousness wakes up amongst the majority of you. Some of you will take longer to have this experience if it is taking you longer to shift into fifth dimensional consciousness. And it is not the fault of something that you are doing, but for many of you at the level of the soul, you have agreed to observe the third for a little longer to increase the opportunities for the polarity of your experiences through the emotion in your human bodies. You see, when you have human emotions, they produce very high or very low vibrations, but when you have encountered a low vibration, it amplifies the potency of the higher vibrations that you experience. Now, as you move into fifth, this polarity is going to be decreased, and you will not feel quite so much one extreme from the other. The purpose of some remaining in the third dimensional consciousness is so that you keep continuing to get the amplifications of the energy created by the moments where there is joy, love, and compassion felt when it is in the contrast to the fear, lack, and scarcity. And what this does is gives the rest of the collective a jump up. It gives them a push up to the next level just in the frequency of it alone. They do not need to have the emotional experiences personally. So those that choose to remain in the third for a little longer, when you are a human, it can appear that you are watching others and thinking, why can they not see what I can see? Why are they not choosing to tune into their consciousness? This is because at soul level, they have agreed to be this stepping stone so that others can jump up into fifth with ease. And then eventually, because you have moved into fifth dimensional consciousness as a majority, which is what we see happening, then those that have remained in the third dimension to get you pushed up into the fifth by the extra boost of the emotional wave will then be pulled up into the fifth with you, because everything wants to entrain to something that is in a higher frequency and a higher vibration. So you will experience those of you who are concerned that maybe some may be left behind. There are always going to be some who choose never to move, but you will usually see that those of you who, if you've moved into fifth, you may still be aware of others, loved ones, friends, family that are still very much in third. Maybe you feel sometimes frustrated that they are not moving, but remember that at the level of the soul, they have chosen this as a part of helping you move and helping you see the benevolence and the benefit of moving into fifth dimension, while you still sometimes observe the third. Then it will come to a point where you no longer observe the third or have much experience of it, particularly if many of those that you are close to and care about have made the transition, because you are no longer able to move, locking yourself back and forward between third and fifth. Once you have spent a significant amount of your time, as in your moments day to day, in fifth, and that becomes your overriding frequency, you will experience less of the third. But this does not mean that those who are still in the third will not move up with you, because they will do so eventually. And you will have many humans who are also in fourth, which is more of a transitional stage, but those who are not able to hold the frequency of either for any particularly long time, and eventually they will make that change too. Now, coming around to the various levels of distortion that you are releasing, this is something that is feeling very heavy for many of you, particularly at the ending of the energetic year, which has only been recent for so many of you, and many of you will have been affected by the planetary alignments that have happened at this time. It is not by coincidence that you are born into a time where there are astrological alignments that have not happened for thousands of years in some cases. And so you are benefiting from the movements of the cosmos and the movements of the planet itself. Part of the shift in any different star system, in any different reality, is the way that the collective tunes into the cosmos and tunes into the physical aspects of the frequency that they inhabit. So even beings that are purely in light body will still be affected by the frequency of the dimension that they are predominantly residing in. So you will be affected collectively by this shift in energy into a phase of more momentum. But for many of you, there is a period of what will feel like frustration, because you are going to go through aspects where you feel time speeding up very quickly, as it is in a higher vibration and you are tuning into that consciousness. And then it is not that time goes slower later. It's that it just moves back to what you were previously perceiving, which feels significantly slower when it is compared to the fast momentum that you are experiencing when you're in the higher vibration. So we ask of you to take these times where it is slower, where it feels as though there is less momentum, to allow yourself to be human, to be tuned into your body, your energy, and the emotions that you feel. Because each emotion that is coming up for you at this time is coming up for you so that you can recognize where it is a pattern that is either ancestral or just throughout your whole lifetime that you have not yet released. Many of you, we are aware, who are connected with this transmission now, will have already gone through many different levels of releasing, of, as you collectively often call it, shadow work. But the shadow work will continue and be more noticeable as you are experiencing the next 18 months, because you are going to feel very quickly and very strongly the alchemization of the fifth dimensional consciousness being purged out through the third dimension density. So allow yourself to feel it, allow yourself to recognize it. Does not mean that you have to play into a narrative and attribute a story to your feelings. In fact, that is often where humans end up struggling, because you bring yourself into a lower vibration, because you create a story about the reality that you are experiencing. And often you will create a story that is connected to others, because most of your experiences as a human are connected to others in your human experience. So you will think maybe of an interaction with another being, and you will perceive it possibly in a way that was negative. You do not know what that other person saw, felt, or thought at the time, but you will guess it and attribute a narrative to it, which then pulls you often into a state of lower emotion. And then you will go and play your sad songs through your music systems. And sometimes that will bring you even further, because it is confirmation through the words of another of the density that you are feeling. So you will lock yourself into that lower emotion. So we would ask that you be aware as you go through these emotions, these things that need to be purged out so that you can lift into higher consciousness, that you do not then create narrative and lock in with that, because you are then writing a timeline through your consciousness, through your observation of a particular reality. And that is not where you want to be moving into, we should imagine. Some of you, maybe you do want to for your soul's purpose, but mostly you collectively, you want to feel better. You want to feel happier and more joy. So allow yourself the time to feel how things feel in your body. If you are feeling particularly emotional at any time, then where do you feel that in your body? At what part does it need to be released? Many of you will feel it in the lower centers, but some of you will feel it in the heart. Some of you will have headaches because you are choosing not to see something that is trying to be shown to you. And this will block the energy centers that allow you to open up and have that wider state of vision. Your bodies will react to this sometimes. The reactions are often in physical form, especially if it is a very strong release that you are resisting. So pay attention to that and allow that to be purged out so that you can make that shift. But know that anything that you are feeling like this at this time is because you are collectively moving into a state where you are going to be able to hold the fifth dimensional consciousness in a deeper way, in a way that is more permanent for you. And you will feel less of the ups and downs of human emotion. So sometimes as you adjust to this, it may feel as though things are a little quiet, but this is because you are used to nervous system reactions, you are used to emotional reactions. But when you're maintaining more of an equilibrium of your vibration, you won't have this feeling so much, but your body's physical reactions to it, the nervous system reactions, are still going to be looking out for the old familiar signals. So your body will not completely switch off from the third dimension as you move into the fifth. This will be a transition that is going to involve a certain amount of alchemizing as the body and the energy start to align with the physical, with the new consciousness, with the new reality that you are collectively experiencing. But these are movements that you are going to benefit from, and you will feel the stabilizing as coherence is brought back into your bodies. You can bring yourself into moments of stillness when you focus on the heart center and bring energy and light into that space and breathe deeply through that. That will help to bring you into coherence. When you have moments or experiences that have been upsetting to you, perhaps from an interaction with another, perhaps you've had the feeling of rejection, perhaps you have had the feeling of lack or scarcity. This is the aspects of your reality, of the paradigm you are experiencing now, showing you where you have left to release. Now, whilst previously, when many of you made these releases, you would feel better and you would feel that you had made some progress. Now, since the energy has shifted into this year and going forward as you move through that, those shifts are going to feel increasingly profound. You are going to find that the density is less difficult to release, and the benefit that you get from that will attune you much more closely with your inner divinity, because we wish to remind you at this point that you are all aspects of consciousness of the divine that has chosen to take form in many places, not only throughout your human experience, but in different aspects of the rest of the cosmos, through different star systems, through different beings. Some of them you will perceive as being your guides, although you will develop closer relationships with them now, where you are able to recognize that they are having individual experience, but they are also an aspect of the energy that you were created from. And when you start to step into this and you feel this within your body, this is one of the aspects of the fifth dimension. You will start to embody what you know. You will start to embody what you have maybe thought of, suspected, heard from others. You will actually start to feel that within your own body. You will actually start to be able to breathe with it, be able to see how it starts to manifest in your physical reality. And we are not talking about getting a supercar. We are not talking about getting a swimming pool, although maybe those aspects will happen because you tune into the understanding that you are always provided for and that everything is accessible to you when you are connected to a more divine consciousness. But they are still material aspects of your physical self. But what we are talking about here is that you will feel the physical power within you, the power that is not about power over another, that is not about having more than another, but about how much potential you have to create, how much potential you have to feel and experience joy, how much potential you have to pull in, magnetize the most loving connections, the most fulfilling connections with others. As you start to embody that divine frequency, you will find that you are naturally moved into connection with others who also hold that higher vibration. And this will make you feel less alone in a time that for many of you has been isolating, because you have felt and been connected to the energies that are occurring, but not the physical people who are embodying that. So as you start to move through this energetic year, embodiment is going to be one of the things that becomes a key to so many of your experiences. Those of you who are connected to the networks of energy that were placed in the times of Atlantis and Lemuria will be called back to those places to reawaken those grids. And allow yourself, when you are feeling called to go somewhere, to trust that the means for you to go to those places will come about for you, because you are remembering what you are. You are remembering what you came here for. You are remembering that you are not just an individual being having an experience. You are remembering that you are a consciousness that has taken a physical form, but a consciousness that has all the knowing, all the advancement, or the understanding of something that is far outside of your physical body. And when you understand that, you are able to bring that knowing into your physical body whilst experiencing it externally too. And that is our transmission for you today. We hope that you will continue to rise up on your journey and tune into what is available to you now. Start to play around with the abilities that sometimes seem a little out there for even those of you who are very tuned in. The aspects where you can manipulate physical reality in terms of moving things through your energy, for one. The different aspects such as levitation, such as bilocation, are all going to start coming online now. So this is a time for you to connect with that. You are going to receive increasingly more guidance from beings from other star systems, from the rest of the cosmos. We know that many of you are aware, feeling within yourselves that the direct contact is coming to you soon, and it is. There is a waiting until we can feel comfortable that it is not going to cause fear. amongst you collectively, because that would be counterintuitive to the purpose of such contact. And with that, we shall leave you. So I'm back. And I hope that that transmission, sorry, just taking me a second to come back there. Usually when I'm working one-to-one with somebody, they will finish their questions and ask Christos to come back, but they're, I'm back with you now anyway. So if anyone has any questions, are they able to put that in the chat?
Check. Can you hear me, Jessica?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, wow. Okay, you hear us. Let me bring Alan on. Alan, you ready to come on? Okay, let's unmute yourself though, Alan.
Did you lose me through that? Sorry.
No, you were there the whole time. That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna let you do your thing, but if you can hear us, let's all talk here.
Yeah, excellent. Really good time. Good transmission.
Hi.
Are you also in the languaging, you're bringing through frequencies as well as the message, aren't you?
Yeah, I do. And I actually, so although I direct voice channel Pliedian consciousness, and that's what the words are that come out, I've been working a lot recently, especially in the last couple of months, with the Syrian frequencies. And I do use light language from Sirius and Orion. And that kind of brings the body's energy system into a more coherent state. But when I do transmissions from Sirius, it's often either through meditation, and I bring that through with others, or light language. That does a lot to kind of shift people's physical aspects. So if, you know, the chakra systems and stuff like that, there's a lot of clearing that goes on there. And then also I tune into the frequency of Sirius, and bring that through into my body. And when I work with people doing that, I still don't fully understand how it works, because it's something, like I said, I've been doing it for a couple of months, but it alters something in their energy. It alters something in their ability to be in a coherent state, and kind of moves them into just generally being in more balance, whilst opening up the connection with their other aspects of the cosmos. And they don't need to be connected to the Syrian system for that to work. It's like it clears the noise and allows us to receive the transmissions that are often trying to get through to us. So I think most of us go through life being connected to these beings in a way, but it's like we've kind of tuned out the radio onto the wrong station, so we don't feel it coming through.
Right.
So
is there a difference between the Pleiadian message and energies and the Syrian messages and energies?
No, I think the messages just come through vocally from the Pleiadians, where the Syrians, it's a language of like geometry and putting out a frequency and kind of like being that the aerial, right, so that different frequencies can kind of tune to it. And I've channeled in with this with my guides quite a lot, because I see Syrian beings quite often. I feel the light of them come through. It's very, very clear and very vivid, but it's the Pleiadians that seem to be able to translate the words. So it's just a kind of different kind of guidance. I think the Syrian energy is slightly higher in frequency dimension. So I channel seventh dimensional Pleiadians, but from Sirius they feel like they're from 9th to 12th. Which I think is why they bring so much coherence. But it's been quite profound being able to channel guidance and give people the kind of navigation system in terms of understanding the human experience and where we're going collectively, but also then starting to bring it through into the physical body and into the energy through the Syrian, and so a little bit the Orion connection, but predominantly from Sirius.
We have a couple questions here in the chat. So Rita's saying, I seem to cycle from the 3rd to then the 5th, and then cycling back and forth. What is that about? So cycling from one dimension and back down to the 3rd again.
What is it about? So it's that for a lot of us, so we're making the move collectively into fifth, but the kind of jumps up and down are a lot to do with the ego programming that we have left over from the fifth. So we can kind of hold a certain vibration, but then we get pulled back by so quite often, for this is just an example of how this happens for a lot of people, you can be in a very, very high vibration, particularly when you're around people that are in a similar kind of frequency. But then you might go back to people, like say you go back to your hometown and you experience a lot of people that are of thought processes that you've previously had, or even if you just go and spend time with family who you love, but they are part of the kind of the ancestral aspects that are carrying, because a lot of our families, right, they won't have done the same kind of work or had the same experiences, and that can pull us back into the consciousness of the fifth, because it's the ego kind of recognizing, oh, familiarity, okay, let's pull you back there. And we see that too from like music and the experiences that we have, like watching TV. If you watch old programs that you watched as a kid, they might be comforting because they regulate your nervous system, but they're regulating you to something that you've actually outgrown. And the same with certain music. I mean, I absolutely love blues, but I'm really careful not to listen to it too much, because I know that it kind of pulls me back into an old state of consciousness, and I start aligning with the stories in it. You know, we do it kind of without realizing. And so the jump is just, I think, a lot of the releasing of the baggage. So you get pulled back, say with family, and you get shown, okay, what have I not released? And you have the choice then whether you like blame them and think, I feel this way because you're like reminding me of this old thing, or whether you then take that and see, where am I being triggered and what have I still got to release to remain in the fifth more permanently.
That's a great answer. Thank you for that. And yeah, there's experiences, people, families, interactions that could just pull you back into that reality, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
so, and I guess that it kind of segues into this one, because it's all about creating maintenance and sustainability on that level of consciousness. And Yvette is asking, I'm curious to hear how we can prepare for physical contact from your perspective.
I don't think that, honestly, that we need to prepare that much I think you mean in terms of like beings coming in and seeing us. I think that when they choose to do that, so what I've channeled about this before, because a lot of people have asked Christos about this, and he said, we are aware of your frequency as a collective, and we are in tune with when you are releasing enough fear for us to do that without being too triggering to you, and not just them as Pliedians, like different members of the cosmos as well. And they are, you know, kind of showing us, we do see little dips, we see, you know, we do see different craft and things, and I know there's blue beam is all possibly part of that, and there's maybe some of it's coming from us, but some of it is definitely coming from them as well. And the different orbs that come through, like when you kind of have a CE5 experience and you've specifically called in that craft or that orb or whatever it is, you are having that direct contact experience. So we are gradually kind of moving into a state where we're not going to be in a state of fear over this. So they kind of are like watching us and aware. The only thing that they have said is that if our deep states try the blue beam kind of approach and try to trick us into thinking that there's invasion, then they will have to come in and show themselves maybe sooner than they would like to strip that down and not let that paradigm affect us collectively. But really, they are that we will see them when we're ready to see them, essentially.
So you think within the next 2 years, possibly?
I think we're less than that. I think by 2027, we're going to be certainly seeing a huge jump in activity, if not experiencing very directly. And I think for a lot of people, they're going to be eased into that by seeing them through dreams or through meditation. I mean, I see beings in meditation all the time. And that increases the more that you move into that consciousness. So I think that will be how we see it first, so that we can then kind of recognize that.
Wow. Well, thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome. It was wonderful to be here.
How can people find you?
You can find me at jessicataylorintuitive.net. Jessica Taylor Intuitive is also my social media handles. And I do have a couple of upcoming events. So I've got a live channeling on the 26th. It is limited spaces, and there's a workshop coming up at the end of May as well, to do with releasing a lot of the energies, particularly with the divine feminine connected to these kind of priestesshoods where we've outsourced our power as women. And again, that's limited spaces. So if you're interested in clearing that energy, then check it out at jessicataylorintuitive.net.
Okay. And have you met Toni Ghazi?
We've been in the same spaces,
yeah,
but I haven't actually had an opportunity there. Hi, Toni. I was with you in Scott Katamus's radio broadcast at Conscious Life, but I think I was going out as you were coming in.
Yes. I remember. It's such a pleasure. It's amazing. Your message resonated so much.
We must connect further.
Totally. We'll connect.
Great. We can all meet here in community and exchange energies and increase the frequency.
I love the Mantis energy as well. Like I feel them a lot in meditation, and they just download these massive drop-ins, right?
Oh yeah, beautiful, Toni. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Amazing.
Do you find that they do that full like body download, and you're like, oh gosh, so much information.
And the brain is trying to catch up. It's like, okay, well, that's not going to happen. It's going to take time.
Well, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good. We'll be in touch. Look forward to seeing you at some conferences.
Yeah, it's great to connect with you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Toni, so good to see you here. You really
good to see you too, Alan.
And delivering quite a high level message to the planet. And I'm excited. As what Jessica was saying, the energies are amplifying, they're increasing, they're activating the soul code that each of us have to bring us into this new time. I really love what you do by bringing in the unconditional love. That is really visible in your transmission. So, and of course, the Mantis beings and all the great things. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I think the Mantises, the Mantis beings really seem to be in control of the disclosure, the revelations of the coming of these interactions between humans and others. So, yeah, I'm excited. So go for it. I'm just going. It's all yours, the stage. So
okay. So because I just got home, so I didn't have a chance. Because I was pushed an hour, a bit earlier. I didn't have a chance to watch the rest of the people. Are you going to be asking me questions, or am I going to just talk about whatever? Like, how is the flow?
Well, I thought you were going to go through some channeling and talk about the messages coming through, because this is about bringing in the ancient code. So I thought you were going to, I think you could give us a transmission to activate the code so people can have this more awakened consciousness, especially as we move into the New Living Expo. Toni is going to be at the New Living Expo in Marin County this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, April 17th, 18th, and 19th, Marin County Center. So this is a little taste of Toni Ghazi. So give us a little taste, Toni.
Okay, let me give it a taste. And like, just to preface it, like when I go under the state, I have my eyes closed and I'm not here. So how long would you like me to bring a channel message to come?
Why don't we do about a half hour, then we'll ask questions for another 15 minutes or something.
Okay. So then bring me out in half an hour, because I will have no clue of time.
Okay. All right.
So you'll need to ask them. You'll need to ask them to bring Toni back when we're close to half an hour. Because otherwise I'll be here for 4.5. The longest I've channeled was like 4.5 hours, by the way.
All right. Well, we're not going to go that long, but okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Right. So I'm relying on you to wake me up in half an hour. Cool. Thank you, Alan. Hi, everyone. I'm Toni Ghazi. In case you don't know who I am, I channel mainly the praying mantis beings. Okay. The insectoid beings. And through them, they give me conduit to every other consciousness, I can, or like you can imagine. And oftentimes when I do one-on-one channelings, specific messages will come to you about your Akashic records, past lives, future lives, now lives, whatever messages. The dead, although there is no dead, have come through. So I'm beginning to consider myself a medium in that kind. But anyhow, so just a quick intro. I am Lebanese. I was born in Lebanon, moved to Washington, D.C., where I live, and I still live here since 1995. I think 47, 46 years old. I can't remember. I was born 1980, whatever that means. And I grew up Christian Orthodox, knew nothing about channeling until COVID came. Nothing about UFOs, anything that's woo-woo. Jesus and Mother Mary have been my whole life since I was born. But when COVID came, everything shifted. I had one past life regression, and that's where the praying mantis, my first past life regression, and praying mantis beings came through, and it was the rest is history. I ran out of that session saying, "Oh my God, I talked to the praying mantis beings. I didn't know what channeling was. I didn't know if I could channel. I thought you had to have special, powers or come from special lineage or karma this and karma that, anyhow." Another synchronicity happened, and I began channeling through a synchronistic course that came through my ex-boyfriend's first cat that passed away. Crazy synchronicities. And I began channeling them, and I professed to the world that they're my main guides, although things could change as I begin to evolve. Their message is always about unconditional love. And when I say unconditional love, I know the logical mind has already constructed and this is for each and every one of you. Each and every one of you is going to understand what unconditional love means to you based on your experience, what you have experienced, to the level of what that means. The praying mantis beings break outside of the paradigm of logic, of the construct of, society, of culture, education, whatever, your own stories, fears, trauma, blah, blah, blah. And they will push you into dramatic experiences. They literally talk about provocative things. And just this morning, my husband, he said, "You don't live in this world. You're out of your mind. You are delusional." And he named me a few other names in a constructive argument because he couldn't understand, because he was talking politics. He loves politics. And he couldn't understand how I see everything with neutrality. He brought Epstein. He brought the killings. He brought being sexually molested and all these things, right? And he couldn't understand how I see that from a very neutral point. That's where the praying mantises are. How do you find unconditional love without conditions, in things, in experiences, in this three-dimensional reality that we've been conditioned? There is no love. That is how you expand your heart. So I'll bring them through, and of course, Alan will get me out of it in half an hour, and we'll see what they have to say. I don't know what they're going to talk about, but we will see. If you're driving, please keep your eyes open. Pretend your third eye is closed. If you're at home, you are welcome to close your eye now. When they come in, they're gonna tune. They like to elongate words to help regulate my body, my physical body, to their frequency, and your physical body and your energetic body to receive. And then you can open your eye at whatever point. Know that beyond the words they're gonna share, please believe me when I'm telling you this, energetically speaking, you are receiving codes. There is never a separation between us. We're all one. You're just remembering the dormant codes that are within you, okay? And the Antares Stargate, we come through in this way. To co-create with you this beautiful reality of oneness. To merge our heart with your heart. To be one with you in this way. To be one with the energies of the divine that each and every one of you are. And as we connect with you in this way, we are here to remind you that you are energy beings, that you live forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever into what we call the infinite continuum. And that even though you have chosen as a soul to come to this lifetime, to come to this reality, to come to this timeline, allowing yourself to experience the idea of separation, forgetfulness, polarity, etc., allows you the opportunity to remember that even this lifetime that seems to be so distant from the higher perspective of who you are, that seems so distant from the many codes, ancient codes that you are attempting to reach, that even within this lifetime, through the experience and the illusion of separation and forgetfulness and polarity, are where the ancient codes reside. The ancient codes are not out there. They are not on the moon, the star, or another parallel reality. Nothing exists outside of you. Listen to us very carefully. Nothing exists outside of you. You experience the idea of separation, of a time lag, of physical distance, because you have chosen to place the lens of seeing your infinite consciousness, your infinite codes, your ancient codes through that lens. And even that lens that seems so unvalued, you have devalued, is the point. So the ancient codes are not a destination to be reached. Ancient codes that always reside within you, that are part of whom you are as an energy being, are already with you. And in order to access such ancient codes, it is important to unconditionally love everything that makes you you. Every identity, every story, every experience, every emotion, every feeling that your physical body has gone through from the moment you were conceived until the age you are today, everything that your mind, your construct, the identities have witnessed outside of you through the illusion of separation, you have experienced, are all the point. And in order to activate that memory within you, it is the frequency of unconditional love, of integrating every piece that you have fractured through the illusion of separation back into your hearts to be able to see yourself again as one, as whole. And when you begin to see how valuable and precious each and every one of you are, how valuable and precious each and every one of your stories are, when you see that fully, frequentially beyond the logical mind, beyond the construct of what society has deemed to be the correct way or the way, when you begin to see that is when you activate the ancient codes within you to allow you to remember again that you have always been the answer. And we will continually remind you over and over and over and over and over again to go beyond the idea of the logic. The logic is a prison. And as we say the word prison, we can already feel the frequency of devaluation. We are not saying the word prison from the idea there is less value there. That is a fallacy. Part of our message is everything is of equal value. Listen to us carefully. Everything is of equal value to the next. The choice that you have made to go into the abyss of darkness and forget fully who you are as this infinite being is of equal value to the destination that your mind has constructed in the idea of awakening through spirituality to whatever level that is. Because the moment that you place more value here than there, or there than here, that is judgment. That is another form of separation, of creating distance. And we will continually remind you of the many shades, the infinite shades that judgment comes in. Many of you comprehend the idea that the heart is the portal to everything, that I am an infinite being, that death does not exist, that I live forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. But yet, you believe still in the idea of death. But yet, you believe still in the idea of killing. But yet you believe still in judging the perpetrators. And yes, we are provocative, our dearest ones. We are here giving you the opportunity to stretch your heart to the next level of what you think you say you understand, and allow you to go into the frequency of what the mind is attempting to comprehend beyond the construct. Many of you, and as we say this, we are not saying this in a way to denigrate where you are. We are simply allowing you to become conscious of what you think you are saying. Become conscious that saying certain things that seem so fluffy and beautiful, unconditional love to everyone, peace to the world, send light to everyone. Yes, that is a concept of the infinite creation. That is a concept of beingness. But becoming that frequency of which you utter through the idea of words and concepts begins through you. Because each and every one of your physical bodies, each and every one of your identities, each and every one of your humans are portals to the infinite. And unless you begin to see the value of who you are, the value of the experience of this humanity that you have lived, and begin to integrate back every piece that you have separated back to the idea of self-judgment, is the day and the point and the conscious awareness where you begin to see yourself, view yourself as the portal to the infinite. And from that frequency of loving yourself unconditionally allows the screen, the lens in which you see the world through the idea of unconditional love. And as we say that, we understand that your logical mind is going through every direction, every way. But that channel said this, and that spiritual person said that, and this person said that, and the Bible said this, and the Quran said that, and this and that. All of these other forms of understandings, we are here to tell you that all of them are true. All truths are true. And when you comprehend what that means beyond the logic and honor fully that every lens in which each human conscious being on your planet sees their life, sees their understanding of others, when you begin to even honor that, although it may not make sense to your mind, when you fall away to the idea, let go of the idea of morality, right or wrong, all of those are prisons within prisons within prisons within prisons of forgetfulness. And as we say that without judgment. That even shall you choose through your unconscious remembrance, as a conscious soul, you have chosen to live certain themes, but shall you have chosen unconsciously to live a specific theme in the darkness, that is of equal value to any other theme that many others have chosen to live in the light or a spiritual way. When you begin to be able to comprehend that every fractal of whom you call God, consciousness, the one, is of equal value to everything else, is the moment where you are able to see through an unconditional frequency, love everything else. We have mentioned to humanity many times the following analogy and idea. Imagine that you are walking outside of your home today, wherever you live. You step outside of your door and you look everywhere. You see humans speaking, you see animals, dogs, cats, insects, plants, the wind, the sun, the moon, houses, trees, everything that is outside of you that seems to be away from you through the idea of distance. There is distance between you and what your mind or your eyes can see. Each and every one of what is outside of you are ascended masters holding mirrors, reflecting back to you what you are unable to see within your hearts. What a beautiful gift each and every one of you have given to self, that every experience that seems to be exterior of you is the way that will lead you back to self. When you are able to comprehend that fully and begin to shift your understanding, rewrite the story that today I am going to walk outside of my home, fully realizing that everything that occurs outside of me, regardless of how the mind translates it, regardless of how the mind creates the stories of separation and forgetfulness and judgment, etc., regardless of that, I have the intention today to witness everything outside of me to be mirrors, reflecting specifically the way back to myself so I can see myself again. When you comprehend that beyond the logic, you will begin to see what a beautiful world you have created as enlightened beings. Because here is the trick, here is the comedy in all of this. Shall you truly be broken? You are not able to create, but yet each and every one of you creates. It is because you are in perfect design. It is because you are the infinite creator that you allow yourself to create the infinite shades of what the infinity is. And through that, you get to experience the many shades of the consciousness of such infinity. And through that, you begin to remember again and awaken the ancient codes that reside within you. You have a choice to rewrite that story. You have a choice through the idea of intention and speaking out, declaring to the universe that seems to be outside of you, when truly you are speaking to your own self because the universe resides within you. When you have that intention alone, synchronicity, the reorchestration of the holographic, what seems to be the intertwining, the sacred geometrical structures of who you are will begin to reorganize themselves in a way for you to be able to perceive the messages that you have always received and always do receive on a daily and microsecond basis. Messages of remembrance, messages remembering who you are through the many synchronicities. And why does intention work? Not because some spiritual leader on your planet said that long time ago, not because a psychiatrist or a psychologist mentioned the idea of intention. The intention works because you are the creator to begin with. And when you fully redefine your belief system that I am the creator, creating everything that seems to be outside of me through my own infinite energy, infinite power. When you say that, with an unconditional loving to self and every other experience that you have placed yourself in, allowing you to experience the infinite shades of the many realities, is the moment when you begin to become aware. You awaken the ancient codes within you. And when you awaken that within you, literally the world will shift. But you see, many of you have posed that question to many beings, not only to us. Where is humanity heading? How do other beings see humanity? You pose such a question from a disempowered state of being. You pose such a question as if humanity is in the depth of darkness, as even shall you be in the depth of darkness that is of less value. Humanity needs to rise to a higher value, to a higher destination, and that is a form of judgment. Be mindful. We are surgeons of energies. We are surgeons of words. When many of you pose question to us, we always pose a question back to you, allowing you to become conscious of why you asked that question to begin with and understand where that question is emanating from. What a disservice to humanity oftentimes you do by posing such a question. From our eyes, from the many ascended masters, from the many aware consciousness out there, the many beings, we regard humanity as the most powerful beings within creation. To have chosen consciously to go into the depth of darkness and forget fully who each and every one of you are, because you know that you are able to find your way back again. You are able to reconstruct those ancient codes within you. And it takes a powerful master to do that. And each and every one of you are. And we see you with honor. We witness you with privilege. You are our codes to remember ourselves. When you begin to redefine the story of what humanity is, who humanity is, you will begin to awaken those codes within you. And unconditional love frequency is the answer. It is the glue that holds every reality within the infinite together. God, consciousness, source, the one, whoever it is to you, loves you without conditions, that it allows you to experience the infinite forms of your own creation. It does not interfere. It does not alter. It does not push you in any direction. It allows you to awaken through your own power. It allows you to remember the codes that live within you, and through that conscious, becoming more conscious of, allows you the power to become the all, the one. You are held and embraced by so many beings around you, yes, that seem to be outside of you, that seem to be away from you. Mother Gaia is here. Mother Gaia is also reminding you that this planet that seems to be physical, that you seem to reside on it, is a construct of your consciousness that exists within you. That the trees, the rivers, the rocks, the fish, the animals, the plants, everything that exists on which you say is Mother Planet are all codes that are within you. But you are simply experiencing it from that perspective, as it is one aspect of creation. To be separate than, to live on what you call this Mother Planet. It is here to remind you that when you become conscious, when you speak to the plants, when you speak to the leaves, when you speak to the dirt, when you speak to the rivers, when you speak to the oceans, when you speak to the insects, when you speak to the animals, when you become conscious and one with, you are activating those codes within you. When some of you go to a tree and give it a hug and see yourself as one with it, what is occurring in that moment? You are integrating back what seems to be separate than you, a tree outside of me, back into your heart, awakening the codes within you. So become conscious of those actions. Become conscious when you dialogue to the birds, when you dialogue to a butterfly. In that moment, train your mind that every time I speak to a consciousness that seems to be outside of me through the idea of distance, I am activating that consciousness within me. And in that moment, you have merged yourself back. You have put back the piece of the puzzle back into your heart, and continue to do that over and over and over again. It is easier for your physical minds because you have been trained to love, listen to us carefully, to love every other consciousness outside of you except humans. Many of you struggle to love every human on your planet. And when I say every, I know your mind, we know that your mind is constructing a limited idea of what that word means. It is easy for your mind in the construct to love animals, to love fish, to love water, to love the plants, because they apparently have not done anything wrong to you. Yes, the wrong and right, the morality aspect. But when it comes to loving every human on your planet, that is a challenge for many of you. But that is the point. How do you go into the idea of loving every human on your planet without conditions? And yes, we are speaking of the perpetrators. Yes, we are speaking of the ones that humanity deemed to be evil and bad. Many of you have been desensitized to that idea. Many of you see the idea of humans as non-humans. Hitler, political figures, serial killers, anyone who has caused genocide or atrocities or those dramatic and traumatic experiences, in your minds, you have placed aside, cast it aside. You have made them inhumane. You forget that those beings were children at one point. You forget that those beings were born on your planet. You forget that those beings are ascended masters. You forget that those beings are a fractal of the infinite, of God. And you also forget that because you have chose to live in a world of forgetfulness, of polarity, of right or wrong, of this, of that, that society, the way in which those children, what we would invite you is, every time you challenge yourself to love someone that perhaps the logic is saying, it is very challenging for me to love, bring yourself back and see that being that seems to be creating chaos and atrocities on your planet, begin to rewind the time and begin to see them as an infant. And imagine for a moment, how could someone's life, what could this child have gone through? What potential realities can your imagination take you that this child has gone through to allow their heart to harden? Perhaps they have been sexually molested. Perhaps they have been physically abused. Perhaps they lived through poverty. Perhaps they were homeless. Perhaps they were beaten by their family. Perhaps they lived in the foster care system. Perhaps they witnessed their own trauma. Perhaps they lived through the idea of war. Perhaps. Because in your reality, in this physicality that you have chosen to also experience those atrocities and open your heart to that child that perhaps has gone through that trauma, allowing them to formulate and see the world from a different lens. Truly, it is a lens of disempowerment. No one on your planet that exerts power experiences power within them. People that exert power outside of you are very disempowered within their own being. Because power isn't what those humans that have forgotten show power. When you are in a state of power, all you need is a micro grain of your power to shake the world. Begin to open your hearts to the ones that the mind has constructed for you not to love. And that is the portal to ascension. That is the portal to the ancient codes that live within you. Because challenging yourself to stretch your heart with compassion, stretch your heart with love, to be able to see the unlovable from a different lens, allows you to go into the realms of where that child has been. And this is not to condone the idea of killing. This is not to condone the idea of those actions that were done through the forgetfulness of self. That is to begin to reconstruct your own image of yourself through them to be able to remember the codes within. Sit with that for a moment and begin to see the many moments within your lives where you have judged an idea, where you have judged a being, where you have judged others, where you have judged even a concept. All of those forms of judgments you are going to begin to become aware of. And it is not about resolving or finding a solution. That is another prison that will keep you to the idea of destination. There are no destinations. Those are false prophets, false destinations. It is simply stretching your heart, challenging yourself. Yes, I have seen one version of who I am, the one that judges what I cannot understand. But today, I am going to challenge myself to see what I have judged from a different lens, and the surrender into what you do not know allows you to comprehend beyond the logic what you will be able to unlock. And those are the ancient codes that live within the frequency of unconditional love. Oftentimes, the mind has created the idea of destination. Even the idea of a solution is the destination. Destination does not exist. Why? Because you are an infinite being. Whatever you think you are going to receive or attain or arrive to, by the moment you have arrived, that idea, that moment has already transpired into so many infinite beings within the infinite continuum itself. When you begin to comprehend the idea of destination is a fallacy in a way, is an illusion. And what is not an illusion is this now moment of creation, the conscious aspect of who you are, what you are, the conscious aspect of how compassionate or not so compassionate your heart is, the conscious aspect of how loving without conditions your heart is today more than a second ago, because even the idea of unconditional love has no bounds. There is no destination to the idea of loving without conditions. Today you may become conscious to your own idea. I have become more unconditionally loving than a minute ago. But then life goes on. Then your experience continues on, which means even the idea of unconditional love, becoming conscious to a more stretched version of that, also continues. Everything is always an invitation to stretch and stretch and stretch and stretch and stretch the idea of loving without conditions. And the ideas within this planet, within this timeline, within this theme of exploration, of forgetfulness, of polarity, of judgment, of right or wrong, of religion, of, is on the spectrum of what you call dark and negativity. It is easy for your mind to love what is. I am meditating every day. I have a successful life. I have a great marriage. I have a wonderful husband. I am channeling everywhere. I am doing all these spiritual events. My life is wonderful. It is of light. It is easy for you to unconditionally love what is already light. But the point of ascension, awakening within the ancient codes, is to go into the darkness of who you are. The aspects that you perhaps have shunned consciously or unconsciously. Ideas of trauma, ideas of your own darkness. And also coming to terms, listen to us carefully, that you are everything. You are the devil. You are the perpetrator. You have lived your life as a serial killer. You have lived your life as Hitler. You have lived your life as the devil. You have lived your life as anyone else that society has shunned in this reality. You have lived your life as Epstein. You have lived also your life as the victims. True ascension is facing the infinite nature of who you are and understanding and comprehending beyond the logic, beyond the construct, that I am everything. I am the light and I am the dark. And although the mind may not comprehend right now what that means, although the mind is not able to construct a unconditionally loving thread between them all, the intention alone to begin to understand what the logic is not able to understand is the message, is the ancient code that you will give input, awaken within the universe that will begin to reorchestrate everything around you to allow you to see yourself unconditionally loving that way. And everything, our dearest one, is occurring within you. Nothing is exterior out of you. Everything is an illusion, an experience of, to the definition systems that you have placed within yourself, consciously or unconsciously. You are always honored for who you are. Creation never, ever judges you. Listen to us carefully. Creation has never judged you, will never judge you, is not judging you. The only conscious beings that are judging self are you. And through that, ascension exists. Through that is of equal value to that idea of ascension. When you begin to see that as equal value to everything else, is when you begin to neutralize these, what we say, false concepts, to be able to see with clarity what is. Because you see, even the idea of the negative spectrum, whatever exists on this side of the spectrum, the darkness of humanity, the darkness of decisions of humanity, even that, listen carefully, is being created, isn't it? What is, who is underneath the labels of negativity, of darkness, of what has been shunned? What is underneath? What is creating? Who is creating all of that? Isn't it God? Isn't it consciousness? Isn't it the one? Isn't it the creator? But why is the creator even creating that aspect of the spectrum? It is unconditionally loving to you, to even allow you to experience the depth of darkness, to remember that you are the infinite. The infinite continuum is not only positivity. or neutrality. It is the whole spectrum of every probability, possibility that could ever exist within its own consciousness. We have said this many times to humanity. Even God, Source, the One, does not know itself fully and is still searching for itself. Because it is an infinite being, there is no destination. God is conscious of itself up to the point it is conscious of itself. But time goes on. The infinite continuum is still living, forming and reforming. So shall God be searching for itself and is conscious of itself up to the point it is? And you, each and every one of you, are searching for yourself and are conscious of yourselves up to the point you are. Doesn't that make us both, all of us, every consciousness, God, us, you, one, equal? We all are searching for the same answer. We all are searching to understand and comprehend whom we are as infinite beings. And because of the infinite continuum itself, the intersection of the multidimensional nature, sacred, geometrical, infinite dimensions that the physical mind is not able to comprehend, allows us to experience many forms. Even us dialoguing through you, with you this way, allows us to comprehend through your energies, through your logic, through your forgetfulness, through your darkness, through your comprehension, non-comprehension, conscious, unconscious aspects of realities that we are unable to comprehend without this co-creation. So even in this dialogue, we are expanding through you a form of our own awakening, and vice versa. And because we are always interconnected, each and every one of us, each and every one of you are always interconnected. There is never a point of disconnection within the infinite. Because you are forever interconnected, you allow Source, God, the One, to also comprehend and illuminate its own understanding of who it is through you. You are living that aspect of what it has not lived yet. And that's how precious you are. But you see, the idea of beginning to see yourself as precious beings allows God to receive that preciousness of who you are.
Toni, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think, can we come to completion?
Yes. With our unconditional love, bright, 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 white light of creation, and the darkest shadows of the infinite, we thank you for this beautiful co-creation of oneness and for allowing us to witness you in your precious awakening of the ancient codes that each and every one of you are. And because you are awakening through your own journey, allows the one Source to also awaken through your lens. We will bring the channel back momentarily as we head back to the Antares Stargate. Wow. Hi, Alan.
Hey, were you deep in there this time?
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for the transmission. I don't see any questions in the chat, but do you, what do you have to say about the upcoming expo that you're here in California for, right?
Yes, I'm here in California. So I'm going to be, I don't remember my whole schedule, but I'm going to be channeling the praying mantis beings for an hour or an hour and a half. So you get to ask questions for them, personal questions. So make sure to attend the workshop. I'm also working with Anthony Kalas, like him and I have an hour, or I think an hour and a half also, or maybe an hour, 15 minutes, where we're both channeling. Anthony Kalas does the Alpha Draconian, like reptilians. So a person in the audience will ask a question to both beings, one question that gets answered by both beings. So you'll see the different frequencies and the different answers like from both beings, which is amazing. I'm also on a panel that Debbie Dashinger is beautifully hosting, I think Sunday. So 3 things going on. I also have a booth where I may be doing some mini like channeling sessions. I have not decided because like my lower back has been giving me some interesting challenges. I have praying mantis crystal skulls. So just quickly, I'm the only one in the world that creates praying mantis crystal skulls. that are activated by a 20 million year old amber that I own, that I like won at auction, that has a 20 million year old praying mantis insect. So I activate him. I have my like whole shamanic ritual that I activate these stones. Remember, like stones are also like consciousness stones are also part of who you are. They can be your assistants. They're like super small where you can hold them in hand. You can do grid work. You can like travel with them. You can ask them for healing activations, whatever you want. Remember, you're the powerful creator that can encode these things and empower them to empower you. Like what else? Yeah, it's going to be an epic event because you guys we're having like 122 speakers. So, and it's super affordable to join, right? Like $55 for 3 days or something like that.
Epic. Let me bring Joan on to tell us also how epic it's going to be there. She is Joan of the Angels herself, and she's going to be.
Did you hear me telepathically? I was going, bring me up, bring me up, bring me up.
I did hear you. Isn't it great? Tony's going to be here with all of us in
my
California.
gosh, Toni, I want one of those skulls. First of all, I heard this thing in my head that goes, me, like Toni and the skulls are one. And then I thought, well, I want a skull. I want to be one with one of these. The praying mantis is such an incredible being.
Yeah.
They and you know,
in charge, Joan, of all the other ET activity. I mean, from what researchers have said. So
I didn't know that, but I could feel the power of that. And then I just had a flash when I said that. Like, Toni, your presentation was so powerful, your energy and your guides. So imagine that times 120 speakers, all carrying a high frequency. Oh, I chased Alan away, all carrying that high frequency, right? And then all the people who are coming to listen, carrying that high frequency. I'm thinking we are going to be one crowded event, like with high frequency. Like this is what Ascension Alchemy really is when we walk in that door.
Yes. You don't have to do anything. Like your presence there is going to activate all of us, and we're going to activate, like just you being there, being like mindless. You're you know what I mean? Of course, you're not going to be like, you're not going to be mindless. You're going to be doing stuff, but I'm just taking it to the very basic. Just by your presence there, you're receiving all the codes of all the intentions, because we all have the same intention. We want to awaken, whatever that means to us from our lens, right? So activations, healings, memories, dreams. You're going to be called, trust your intuition. Money things are going to come. Lack ideas going to come. Get past it. Push through it. Don't let the old paradigm keep you in the same prison, guys. Believe me, we all go through this. Trust your intuition. If you feel called, drag your ass there, period. Just for your own soul ascension. Invest in yourself. It's going to be epic. It's just
right. And it's no accident that they're on here getting ready for this. Like this weekend is a preparation to, you know how you do a plant medicine journey. You have to prepare, you fast, you detox. That's what this event is in a certain way.
Exactly.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited. You're going to be there. This is the Marin County Center, Embassy Suites. And what town is it in Marin? Is it
San Rafael, California? It's got a lot of high vibration, ancient energies there in that part of Marin. It's really beautiful. And in fact, guys, if you're coming, plan to spend a day or two, like actually going to Muir Beach, going to Muir Woods. The redwood trees there are so magical. I mean, redwood trees are there in Muir Woods.
Yeah,
Muir Woods is a whole collection of redwood trees. And I can only tell you that the energy from these trees will knock your socks off, literally.
Yes. And remember that center, like, because we're like we're all there. We're also activating Mother Earth. That's like one massive grid point of a portal of awakening the codes within the meridian line. Like we're shifting Mother. Like it's gonna be epic, guys. Like if you've never been to any event like this, drag your ass there. And I'm gonna say it like that. Do yourself a service. And just witness. Like it's enough to live in the old paradigm of scarcity and everything that we see on TV over and over again. Breaking news, this bullshit. Invest in your own awakening, whatever that means to you. There's no right, no wrong. Just you being there, tells the universe that I am ready to shift and expand my lens in which I'm beginning to see myself. Miraculous healings have happened in all kinds of ways that you're doing to yourself, guys. Like, it's time for you to invest in your own spirituality, whatever that means to you. And really coming to a place like this is epic. When I say epic, you're not going to understand it until you experience it. Like, the physical mind cannot comprehend until you're there. It's just epic. And it's not only the presenters, the people that are coming there, the attendees are like so excited, so open, so wanting, so desiring to awaken. You don't understand. It's a freaking portal. Like, like, do yourself a service, please. Anyways, I'm so passionate. Yeah,
we couldn't have paid him to do that.
No, and I did not get paid, guys. Believe me.
Yeah, I want to say one thing before we really let you go. It was in Marin County that I actually saw a reptilian shapeshifter, and I saw this woman shapeshift right in her home. Her whole face changed, and it was the first time I ever saw a shapeshifter, and that was right in Marin County, right where.
Will we be seeing that at the expo here, Joan? You think some?
Can I guarantee that you'll see any shapeshifters? You know what? There might be some.
Anything is possible, guys.
Right?
I think what Toni was saying was excellent. That community comes together. We activate each other. We awaken to these higher energies. Is my sound okay, Toni?
Yes, you sound wonderful.
No, it's good. I just do this because it's part of my hearing.
Oh, okay. Well, Toni, excellent. Look forward, everyone. Come to the expo. See Toni live. What else were you going to say, Toni?
Yes. I was going to mention like one thing. Everybody talks about contact. When events like this, like Thank God for Neil, creates this specific location, everybody's coming. There's going to be spaceships. There's going to be like actual like portal openings that your consciousness will be able like to perceive. We're going to make contact, and because our desire of us being there, because we want to learn more and understand more of who we are. That's literally like a telephone dial. Hello, hey, they're going to talk to us. So please be ready, like with your iPhones, and take pictures and like take videos. I guarantee you things will be like things like will be whizzing by. I have so many footage like over my house here in Washington during the daylight, spaceship, light beings, insane stuff. So if you're interested of contact and it's a thing for you, those are like the centers, the portals, the like light beam into like the skies that says we're of one vibration. We want to know more, and they listen. It's a frequency, right? So I just wanted to mention that because that's really exciting. It happens all the time.
No, I'm very thank you, Toni. Toni, you've done great work to kind of sum up this whole event, pull it together, send the energy, and add your whole frequency to this phenomenon that we're doing.
Thank you, Ellen, for your time. Joan, I love you, honey.
I love you. I'm so happy you are. I'm so glad I'm speaking after you, because my whole presentation changed once I heard you. I was like, what? And I just threw it away.
I love it. We're all one, honey. We're all mirrors to each other. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a beautiful day, guys. Love you. Bye, everyone.
Honey.
Okay, honey. See you then.
Doesn't it sound good, Alan, to say see you next week?
Yeah. Yeah. Or this week. What is today? Saturday? Yes. And on Friday.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I know you've worked hard to make this happen, Joan. I have to acknowledge that. You really put a lot of effort into this whole thing. I know you and Neil have worked together. We all have worked together. We've all lived and worked together. We've traveled together. But this is the next step, I think, for all of us. This is like taking our connections, our organizations to another level, this upcoming event. But you're not going to be talking just about that today, Miss Joan of Angels. You're going to
No, I'm not talking about the event except a little bit, but I actually am going to be sharing what I'm going to be sharing today is probably a prelude to what I'm going to share at the New Living Expo when I speak on Friday night at 6 p.m. That's my little plug there. But
I just want to give you a little more introduction that you are a personal strategic advisor to executive producers. You've worked in leadership roles, transitions of leadership. You provide high-level confidential guidance for those seeking clarity. That's why they call you Joan of Angels. You're grounded in discernment. I have to give you that one, Joan. You are. I'm seeing you in action there. You're offering your clients lots of emotional support and intelligence and direction, you know, through your intuitive guidance, you know. And you are a trusted thought partner. I'm just reading this off. I didn't know you were a trust. I mean, I knew you were a trusted thought partner. Your advisory work and your relationship driven, support your clients, and you help them. I would say, without reading anything, you activate people to a new level of themselves, and that's why I'm really happy you're here today. So, Joan, it's all yours for a little while, and go for it. And you know, we're always with you. We're always together. So.
I love it. Alan, you know I love you. I love that introduction. Being on stage with you, Alan, is one of my happy places. And, you know, I believe in destiny. And I believe, you know, when we talk about ascension, alchemy, we talk about that kind of magical transformation that happens when our thoughts and all of our essence kind of comes together to blurge. So that's my new word, blend and merge becomes a blurge. So thank you for introducing me, Alan. And yes, I am Joan of Angels, also known as Dr. Joan Hangarter. And for 45 years, I have been working with people, thousands of people, to help them transform and help them transform into their best self. And as I was meditating on this presentation, which I threw out the presentation after Toni just did something that activated me in another way, but I was realizing that I am a soul blueprint activator, ascension activator. So a soul alchemist, a soul blueprint alchemist, a soul vision alchemist, an alchemist meaning one who helps be part of that transformative shift. And in this case, this particular presentation leading into and up to, because I really see the connection now between this event as a prelude to the New Living Expo, which is a massive, massive mystery school. So you don't want to miss it. You know, if you can't get there in person, then get the live streaming of it, because it's a massive alchemical shift. This coming together of not just teachers, but each of these teachers has their own lineage, or many of them do. And you have the ability and to be a part of their lineage so that you can know what aligns with you. You'll be able to find your teachers to take you to the new level. So today's work for all of most of these presenters are going to be at the New Living Expo. So use this energy to open you up to your next level. Now, I want to see in the chat, how many of you want to go from the 3D to the 5D today? Raise your hand, literally, in there. I want to hear how many of you, if you want to go from 3D to 5D today, put it in the chat. And then next to it, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being, I am all in, I am ready to fly, I want to hear your level of commitment, because this is about transformation, not of me, but of you, each and every one of us. Because when you raise your vibration, and we do it collectively, then it raises the vibration of thousands and thousands, up to hundreds of thousands of people around you. And when you raise your vibration to the level of the 10th, the 12th, the 15th dimension, imagine, and we do it collectively. That's why I was getting excited when Toni was talking about the souls that are going to be there. Imagine now we have not just the 120 speakers, and each of them have their guides, and the exhibitors, they have their guides, and you coming have your guides. The massive amount of transformation is going to be off the chart. So I'm hoping when I scale, look in here, I see some of you are at least over a 10, you know, a 10 plus on your transformation. So I have been working with people to help you shift, because think of it this way. Feel into right now the energy of the third dimension. When you feel into the energy of the third dimension, God, it's making me choke. The energy of the third dimension is pretty heavy, isn't it? we have poverty, we have war, we have people who don't get along in harmony, we have bad weather, we wake up feeling bad, we have cancers, we have disease, we have mental health issues. That's the third dimensional frequency. So if you were looking at life, and one of the lessons I teach is how to use what I call the discernment meter. The discernment meter is a tool that I've trained people for years on how to actually determine where you're at. So when we determine on a scale of 1 to 10 where we're at on the 3D world, energetically, and where the majority of people who exist in the 3D are, they're not a 10, they're not a 5, they're operating on a 1 to 3 level until they get to the level called courage. So part of this ascension alchemy is taking us from this lower level of frequency to this higher level of a 10 plus, learning how to access it, learning how to turn it on, and learning how to maintain it. So all of this requires a combination of learning how to listen to that voice within, that intuition, learning to discern. And Alan mentioned that he saw it in action. I actually didn't even know I was a discernment expert until I learned that particular weekend when Neil, Alan, and I were launching our trips to Egypt. It was really exciting. We were taking 2 groups of about 90 to 100 each to Egypt. And there was one person that suddenly was a red flag. Now, red flags are kind of funny. You can ignore them, or you can dive into them. And if they're an inconvenient red flag, if you're like most humans, you really try to ignore it. And so we really were trying to ignore it, and it kept eating at me. So how do you know your intuition is turned on? Well, if something keeps eating at you, that's your gut telling you that you better pay attention to what you're thinking. But nevertheless, if it breaks what everyone else is expecting, then you don't want to go there. So I love Neil and Alan, and they're guys, and they didn't want to go there. Let's just say that. And my stomach is nodding up and nodding up and nodding up. And I finally said something. I said, we really have to let this person go. And it was quite traumatic for all of us, because that meant, telling one person they can't come. We don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. They had already paid for the trip. We liked him personally, blah, blah, all those, right? The mind all talking about it. And so they both looked at me as like, if anyone's going to do it, Joan, it is going to have to be you. Now, this is a lesson in leadership. And for all of you, I'm sharing this because learning how to put in a boundary is really hard when you're, an esoteric person who wants to please everyone, right? Like I am, right? And so I had my first leadership training right then and there, and I call him and I tell him that he can't come. Fortunately for me, he didn't fuss, and I get off the phone and I shouted, I'm a BAA. What's a BAA? It's a badass angel. And I began to embody it embody that I had actually had the guts to call someone, because I don't like confrontation. And so this was the beginning of me understanding what a gift discernment is and how necessary that is. Because you see, what I had done is I had projected myself onto the bus and into the king's chamber. Now, when you travel in Egypt, at one point, we had an Egyptian soldier or whoever he was, and he had a gun. In fact, he liked me. He was sort of flirting with me. At one point, I'm sitting in the front seat right next to him. But that was because we didn't have a crazy person on board the bus. So God forbid you have a crazy person on board the bus, you're going to have difficulties. Or in the king's chamber screaming that I am God, or there's only one God, that's me. And you can't do that in Egypt. So I had projected myself into the future. And then I felt into the energy of the group, because what does a leader do? They have to moderate the group. The energy and the success of a group has so much to do with the leadership of this group. So for me, I began to realize that that was my role, was to actually be the monitor of the embodiment of the group and make sure that it was going to be intact. And so I think that that's where I became my BAA self. So, yeah. All right. Well, that's my introduction. That's my introduction to Ascension Alchemy. And so, yes, we're talking about this shifting in our consciousness from 3D to 5D and above. So you don't want to stop at 5D. 5D is just the beginning. And you understand, right, that this is times that we are shifting towards ascension, and that there is already this split between those who are, I was going to say, over that, on a scale of 1 to 10, with that particular scale, power versus force, and in my own scale too, so 5, so we have a 0 here, 10 on this side, and a 5 is kind of neutral. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want to go through my ascension in neutrality, like just neutral about it. I want to be all in. I want to get there. I want to be out of here. I want to be on that higher level. So I'm going to be all in. And so there are tools that we can use to start to awaken and to move very quickly 5D to 12D or 15D. And that is part of the soul work that I do with people when we start to understand who we are and what. So we're going to, all right. And as I said, Toni gave me a whole new vision. I don't know what's going to happen, guys. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go into this together. We're going to go into it together, but I want you to have a special feeling. It's also about embodying. We have these 3D bodies, right? But we can actually alchemize them. We can alchemize our bodies through affirmations and through embodying higher vibrations. And so when I was first guided to paint 33 angels in 30 days, they taught me before I would ever begin painting every day, I had to do this process. And it was called wing fluffing. So it's sort of very interesting. So yeah, I'm going to show you. I want you to come with me into this energy of being a higher dimensional being. So, all right, okay. I'm talking to you and to them. So close your eyes for a minute. We'll do it. So I want you to, as you close your eyes, take a deep breath in with me and out, and let it all out. And then again, take another deep breath in and let it all out. This time, send your roots down to the center of the earth, okay? So take a deep breath in and send it down to the center, down, down, down to the center of the earth until they ground there. And at the same time, I want you now to imagine an antenna that goes from your crown chakra all the way up to the heavens, all the way up there. And as it grounds out, gets up there to the heavens. Ooh, I can literally feel you doing this, guys. I want you to feel, it's like I swear I almost saw a whole group of beings looking down through our antennas. Okay, I've never seen that before. All right, so coming down from these antennas all the way up in the heavens from your crown chakra, pouring down now massive amounts of, what's the word? Iridescent, celestial energies. Some people might even begin to see you. I can almost see that I'm glowing in here, having it surround us, so having it go through your brain all the way through your body, activating every single cell. So as it comes down, I actually want you to feel, and this is the chiropractor in me, feeling it go through, settling down your brain, awakening every nerve, every connection, so it starts to fire properly. It says, just the words I'm hearing right now are I am. I am. As this is coming down, hear it. I am awakening. Every cell, repeat it after me, every cell in my body is beginning to awaken and tingle with aliveness, with energy, with activation, with flow. And as it comes down, it comes down Well, first it comes down into your pineal gland and it starts to open that up. My sight has opened. Repeat after me. I see clearly now. I see clearly now. And as we go down your throat chakra, that cork that was placed by the male patriarchy into that throat chakra has been removed. My throat is awakening. I can speak truth now. And I could feel it. This energy is coming down. It's like bubbling. Imagine watching a pot of boiling water. It's bubbling, awakening. Comes down into your heart. What happens into your heart? So right now, in front of you, I want you to imagine what it's doing to your heart. It's soothing out all the rough spots in your heart. See it in front of you. Feel it. Let's use this energy to seal that heart. Seal that heart in the same time. Let the very bottom, let all of the pain, all of those things that fractured your heart and that pierced your heart, let it out, let it out, let it out, let it go, let it go, let it go. Yes, smoothing that heart. And then going into bubbling in your lungs. So these days it's harder to breathe. There's a new diagnosis that has to do with the things that are in the sky, those little chemtrails there. People are having trouble breathing. So let's just open up our airflow, so we get so much air, so much oxygen. Now, as you're doing that, I want you to bring your shoulders back. Bring your scapula back, your shoulders back. Did you know that in medical science, they actually call your scapula wings? Wings. Who else has wings? Oh, angels have wings. Bring those shoulders back. I want you to really, literally imagine right now that there's an angel right behind you, pulling out every feather behind you. Yes, wings, 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 magical wings, cleaning out every feather, watching and feeling those feathers just grow, 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 and feel them. What color are they? Do you feel them as a color? How big are they? Do you feel them? Can you imagine each and every one of us across the planet, wherever you are, our wings are growing. And when we feel that energetic, and you start to shake your shoulders and feel it, it's about feeling that power and that presence within you, that awakening of who you really are, that strength. So I used to do these workshops called Calling All Angels. And in that workshop, we'd have 10, 20 people walking around as if they had these wings. So if you're in the privacy of your home, get up, stand up, take a little walk around your desk. Feel that. And now imagine taking that energy out into the world. Imagine going into the supermarket. Your wings are spread open. No one knows, but as you walk like that energy around you is so high that your frequency is beyond the 5D, by the way, much higher. And so you walk through that supermarket and your celestial energies, your high vibrational frequency or your starseed self is so at such a radiance that yes, thousands of people in your field get shifted immediately. The turbulence of the couple that had fought over the meat market gets cleared instantly. And that is the power that you have, that each and every one of us came in to do at this time, if we just learn how to go from here to there. It's like a switch. So I go back to, I want to share a little bit about how and why this is so important to me, because it really is. And I was a very successful chiropractor. I opened up my practice 1980, Berkeley, California. Very shy. I was very shy. Being a chiropractor, doctor of chiropractor, you're supposed to be a leader, a teacher. And I was extremely shy, in fact, so shy that I kept thinking that they were going to ask for my license back. I was sure that they'd discover that I didn't really know anything. But that wasn't really true. I did know a lot, and I built an amazing practice. I had a fabulous practice for many, many years, and I had 2 children. And there came a point where I was injured, and I couldn't practice any longer. And I had at the same time been involved in an abusive relationship with this man. And so I had been injured, couldn't practice, and I had this horrible creep, and I lost everything. A series of events catalyzed this into losing everything. And now I'm suddenly destitute with my 2 children and with this horrible creep, right, that I had to escape from. And I had always said to myself, because I was very successful as a chiropractor, but I had always said, if I lose it all, the shame and humiliation of this is going to be so much that I'm going to just have to kill myself and jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. So that was a theme that was running through my head. I had an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. And I came to that point where I had lost everything. This man had drained me of $500,000. And, you know, I'm not playing victim, that I allowed that to happen, and I had nothing left. And I lost my practice, and I was in terror. And so one night I left the kids. I guess they went with their dad. I can't remember quite. And I drive. It's a rainy, rainy night in San Francisco. And I drive to the Golden Gate Bridge. And there's a parking lot at the Golden Gate Bridge. You know, you can sit in the parking lot. And I'm sitting there in the parking lot, the rain, the wind, and I'm crying. You have to know I'm afraid of heights too, but I'm prepared. And the next thing that happens is that I'm in a vision, because I closed my eyes, and I'm in a vision, and I'm surrounded by 12 angels, 12 or 13. And I'm in the center. And they said to me, well, Joan, just like, you know, a teacher would say, well, Joan, what did you accomplish when you were down there during your time on the planet? And tears are pouring down my face. My eyes are closed. And I found myself, it's like, well, how do you tell your angels that you flunked the mission? You flunked your mission on planet Earth. You flunked. And I'm trying to tell them, oh my God, it was too hard. I just couldn't do it. It was just too painful. I have to leave. I can't do it. And it was like the clouds opened. Okay. The clouds just so opened, and waves of just love and pure love and forgiveness came through at that time. And slowly but surely, the tears stopped, and I suddenly had this epiphany. And the epiphany really was that was really my mission, to help others, especially other women, to remember their soul purpose and to step into it. And it was like I was reborn. And that is really why I am so passionate about teaching about this work, about how you can shift your consciousness to have the life that you came here for, because each of us has a purpose for which we're here. Your purpose is different from my purpose. But when we forget our purpose, we become lost. And here I was, you know, ready to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and leave my 2 children. Now, I want to tell you a little bit further about what happened, because the guides showed me that if I just said yes and trusted, the hardest thing for us as humans to do, but if I just said yes and trusted, they would show me the way. And so, as I said, we lost everything, including the chicken. I was going to say the chicken soup. I don't know how I merged those two together, the kitchen sink. And we're on the run now, because I'm running away from this abusive man. And we're in my car, and it's nighttime. And suddenly the kids and I came together in the car, because we were sleeping in the car, and we're holding hands. And my kids start chanting. I had no idea they knew how to chant Om. We start chanting, and we start to talk about what our dreams are. And this became a ritual. Our present was so imperfect and miserable that we leaped and shifted our lives by dreaming about our future. And we put those intentions into the future. My kids wanted a new house with a basketball court and a pool. My son wanted, all these sports activities or sports camps or whatever. I just wanted to recover and step back into abundance and become that teacher and that guide as a chiropractor and success I had always been. And as we're doing this every single night, my daughter says to me one night, she says, Mom, can we go around the world teaching people how they don't have to have the pain and misery that we had? And thus the Miracle Makers Club was born. And you can check all that out in my book, The Miracle Makers. So what am I sharing with you? Well, what is the key of that? Even despite our misery, so even while we were living in a 3D, quote, HELLHOLE, I don't want to say it, in our misery, because trust me, we were miserable, we had moments where we were able to flip that switch, and that shifted our vibration to not only a higher vibrational frequency, but actually learned in those moments how to activate and call in what we wanted. And sure enough, within weeks, and it was within weeks, I was able, miracles happened. Miracles literally happened. And ultimately, I won a $5 million judgment against my insurance company. So trust me, miracles manifest when you project yourself into the future of what it is you want. And you work with a collective group like this. So what is it we want? Going back to, we're activating our bodies. We're activating that higher vibrational state. Why? When I was told to paint 33 angels in 30 days, which happened in 2013, which was another one of my awakenings, because I've had many, because I'm hard-headed. I have to be pushed to a new level, adapt to it, and then they'll give me a little more. That's been the way. And one of the goals and roles that I've had in many lifetimes has been as an advisor to the leaders. And that's what Alan was referring to. I have a painting that I did shortly after I began painting, where I looked at the painting. It was a very bizarre looking woman. And I said, oh my God, she's the consort to the gods. She's the one that our high God-like beings would turn to for advice, for wisdom, as they walked through the gardens, kind of sharing what's going on and sort of getting counsel and sharing counsel, because it takes more than just one person. And that's always been my role, is as a counsel to the gods. And in a sense, I was a counsel to Neil for many years before I started working with him. And now I'm executive producer of the New Living Expo. Really, it's being a counsel to that wise self, to the wise ones. So, okay. So going back to, let's kind of finish that a little bit. Let's go back to that activation. Are you feeling tingling? Right? Anyone feeling a little bit more tingling than you felt before? So as this energy came down and your wings are fluffed, all right, I want you to feel the energy coming through your going down like this and coming out through your hands and through your fingers. Now, rub your hands together. Yep, and feel that energy. So let's do a collectively group healing right now. Another Ascension Alchemy Soul Blueprint. All right, feel this energy between your hands. Do you feel it? Let me know if you feel it. All right. Oh my God. I was in a workshop, Mark Victor Hansen. I'll never forget, years and years ago when I went to all those, self-empowerment workshops. And I taught Mark Victor Hansen how to do this in one of his workshops. So you just rub your hands together. You feel that energy coming through. And you can shape it. You can manipulate it. Okay. You can use it to raise your own energy, raising that antenna. And you can do it for healing. So let's do a little group healing. How do we want to do it? Your left hand is the receiver. Your right hand is the sender. Okay. Female, male. So let's send that energy out with your right hand. Send it to me. Obviously, I'm the only one you're seeing. But know that it's going to go through me right out there. Now, I am going to do a little something. Yeah. I am sending this to you, and let me know if you feel it. Okay, send it out with the right, and you receive it with the left. So I am literally in my mind's eye awakening the vibrational frequency of all of you. And you'll let me know if you feel it in your palm, okay? Because that's how we send energy around. So you can imagine now that as we've been talking all morning and all these speakers, your vibrational frequency is lifting higher and higher and higher, turning you into a light being. So, all right, I'm going to take a breath for a minute and feel the energetics here. I told you I threw out my presentation. So I'm not doing, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. However, now feel those pyramids behind me. Feel how they enhance that vibrational frequency. So one of the tools of Ascension Alchemy and Soul Blueprint Alchemy is placing yourself in situations, people, places, and things where you're resonating at a higher signal, at a higher resonance. What is resonance? It's your soul signal. It's your vibrational frequency. So let's say you're a 10, but you don't have very good boundaries. You're at a 10, and you go to a party and you find yourself feeling like miserable suddenly. It was like, God, I got here and I was feeling really good. And now I'm not. Well, probably you forgot to fluff your wings. You forgot to raise your own vibrational frequency before you went out in the world. And so I'm saying this to you because remember, you're a fifth dimensional plus being in a three-dimensional world. We raise our frequency before we go anywhere. So as you raise that frequency, you're shifting the energy around you. You're shifting your own vibrational frequency. All right. Now, I've shown you how to send energy, receive energy. I've explained to you a little bit about using that discernment scale to understand and determine where you are on a scale of 1 to 10. Where am I when I go to this party and I was a 10 when I started and now I feel like a 5? That tells us that you were not able to hold your boundaries and you lowered yourself down to that frequency of where they are. And when that happens, it's a reminder of what? How do I turn myself back up? How do I raise that energy? When I began painting the angels, so I was able to do paintings with my eyes closed, upside down, inside out, because I was just channeling that. But they explained to me that the more I worked with myself with my wing fluffing, because that was a practice they gave me to turn up my vibration, the easier it would be for them to communicate with me or with you. So, here we are sitting around going, okay, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. I have a lot of clients. They say, I don't know how to talk to my guides. In a way, it's like opening up a curtain, but it's like preparing yourself to receive this divine information. And so you go to that party next time, you go prepared, and being prepared is like turning up your psychic energies, turning up your higher frequency. I see Mark in the back room, and it reminds me of Mark Kohl, because he's probably coming up to speak soon, but it reminds me of an experience I had when I first started painting. 2013 or 14, I started going to plant medicine ceremonies. And I don't necessarily do well in the ceremony itself because I have a weak stomach and I was very sick, and I was down on the ground on my hands and knees, right? Not a pretty picture. And this tall, he looked like an archangel, okay, came by. And I can't exactly remember what I said to him, but it was like, I said something sort of very profound. I was like, well, I'm an archangel. Can't you see? Now I'm puking my guts out. And anyway, he helped me get up, we started talking. And as I did that, I realized, oh my gosh, all I had to do is remember who I am. I'm an archangel. And I started fluffing my wings, and I got back into my power again, because it was a little embarrassing to be out of my power at that particular moment. So you see, we can go in and out. of higher vibrational frequencies, in or out. So a second tool that I use in this process of mastering our energy, because I think that's what I'm talking about today, is once you learn how, on a scale of 1 to 10, where you're at. Now, let's say you wake up and you're feeling like a 3. You know, somehow you had the wrong food last night and it, you know, the parasites are running around your body and you don't feel good. Okay, you wake up, you're on a 3. So what can you do? Now, I used to do this with a lot of my patients in the chiropractic office and a lot of AIDS patients. And they'd be lying on the table and really concerned about their tests and how they're feeling. So what did I have them do? I would have them start to visualize where they're at now, which was like a 3 in fear. And we want their test scores to, you know, their white blood count, their red blood count to be in a certain frame over here, you know, 8, 9, 10 of perfection. And so I would have them laying on the table and imagining this dial in front of them and imagining them pushing it up, energy, pushing it up, all the way till it was a 10. After a few years, I learned the fast track to do that, which is that you just imagine a dial in front of you, you know, like a radio dial. It's off, medium, high, off, low, medium, high, and turn it up. And use that power of your intention and maybe a few affirmations like, I'm a magnet for miracles, and which all of you can be. You shift the vibrational frequency and you get the result you want. Why? Because we are an antenna. Ascension Alchemy, that antenna I started with, in a way, has to do with how high your antenna can go and how much oomph is in it, you know. So that is also part of the toolkit. So in that case, in the story of the Egyptian trip, I was able to put myself in the place of what is it going to feel like in the future when I'm on the bus and I see the soldier getting pretty upset and I'm pretty upset and we're all upset. How's that going to feel? And the upset was so awful that I changed the scene. And so you have that ability too, to project yourself into the outcome. So in my particular case, I'll share a story when I didn't project myself into it. All right. I mentioned that I had that abusive partner. When I got into this relationship, there was a moment in time where I actually knew it was going to be a destructive relationship. And so when I teach people how to trust your gut, I teach you how to go back to that moment where your gut literally told you and where you ignored it. All right. So as I'm sharing the story a little bit, really, where did your gut think of a time where you did something that now that you look back was really disastrous, like a relationship, say, but when you actually tell truth to yourself, you realize that you knew ahead of time. You just did not want to, you didn't want to acknowledge it. See, that's the point I teach people how to feel. Because when you understand, I knew when I went into that relationship, it was going to be a disaster. I unconsciously knew, I sort of knew, but I didn't want to face my own truth. So how many times have we gone on the wrong path because we didn't want to face our truth? And soul blueprint alchemy, soul alchemy, is facing our truth and hearing it and saying no before disaster happens. You know, my kids, I have 2 kids now, they're 35 and 37, I think. God, okay. And they finally just said, you know, they used to say to me the last 10 years, I'm adulting, Mom. I'm adulting. It's a word I've been hearing a lot, how hard it is, adulting. You know, I don't know the word for us. What's a word to describe a human that's shifting into a higher level of vibrational frequency to become celestial, to become our star seed self? So, you know, I need a word for this, because it is a form of alchemizing, of vibrational alchemizing. And it is a form of adulting, because the higher we go in frequency, the more we get into our higher self. So, I don't remember how much time I have left, probably not a lot of time, but I want to also, because it's soul alchemy, I want you to do me a favor. One of the things that I have learned is that our name carries a frequency. So I see different names here. I see Laura. I see Dara. I love that. Laura, Dara. I see Elle. I see Stephen. I see Joan of Angels. So I want you to do this little exercise with me. A few years ago, we did this in the Conscious Life Expo. I had about 60 people all toning their name. And if you want to understand your soul resonance and raise your soul resonance, we start toning our name and claiming it within our body. So I have a terrible voice. I'm going to just do it though. Joan. Yeah, I can't even do it because I haven't, but Joan. I would do it if I was Laura. Mark. Start toning it over and over and over again. Now get this scene. It's morning time. You started your day. You're getting ready to go out in the world. You're toning your name. You fluffed your wings. What's happened to you? You have turned up your resonance and your power to a 10. You are who you are. You have become that higher frequency being that you came here to do. And what's the advantage of that? Well, the advantage to me is that when you are living your truth and living in your purpose, your harmony is in tune with the earth's harmony. The earth is an orchestra. Each of us is an instrument. If you're in tune, and I'm in tune, and everyone out there is in tune, Stephen and Laura and Neil and Alan, and we're all in tune, earth is going to hum, and the earth itself is going to lift. If we don't do our work and we're out of tune, the orchestra earth is out of tune. It's the simplest way to describe it. Okay, 2026, this is the time. We were born for exactly this time. Began in 2020, we all know that, and we're in this new beginning, this new earth, new living expo, new living. This is your time. These are the contracts that you agreed to. And if you want to know what those contracts are, then reach out to me, because that's what I do. I help you understand why you're here, what your mission is, and how to turn it on, and most important, how to listen to the messages about who you are that no one can tell you who you are. It's only you inside here, that connection that you make to source, to begin to awaken, and then to say yes to. I'm not going to go into the times that I said no, just so you know. In 2016, I went to the Bhakti Fest. A palm reader looks at my palm. He says to me, Joan, did you know you were supposed to be famous? And then he says, but you blew it. I'm not exaggerating. Okay. I mean, I'm trying to make it a great story, but it wasn't a great story. I knew I had blown it. He looked me in the eye. He said, you blew it. How did I blow it? I didn't say yes when they asked me. And the good news is that they will come around again. So if you've gotten messages on your path that you've said no to, don't despair. Just let them know you're ready, and it will come back. But that was the most heartbreaking thing. And in 2020, I heard this voice that said, to be one of the chosen ones, you have to choose. And if you don't want to choose, Joan, there are thousands of people ready to take your place. So it's part of your message. To be one of the chosen ones, you must choose. And that's why we do shows like this and events like this, so we could collectively. It's not just for you, the audience, by the way. Every speaker on this platform's vibration raises just by being here with you and doing what we came to do, which is to be soul activators or ascension activators. So that is the work that I do. I've been doing this work for many lifetimes. When we started this, and I talked to you about our roots down the center of the earth and antennas on the heaven. Many of you have walked in the temples and in the pyramids and have been activators connecting the earth to the heavens. Days where we did see the ETs walking with us and the angels walking with us. There were those days. And one of our missions when we come into this planet now is to remember. So step one, when you come down, is to start to remember. Like, look for that clipboard that has all the mission you're supposed to accomplish, because that's what they showed me when I sat there. And those angels, and I was trying to explain to them life was too hard and I was going to fail. Obviously, I haven't failed. I was able to be rebooted and to step up, because imagine, I don't know what the planet would be like if Joan of Angels herself wasn't here, okay? They showed me that if I had the courage to be me and to lead, I wasn't Joan of Angels then, but if I had the courage to say yes, I would make a difference in other people's lives. And they're telling me right now to remind you that if you have the courage to say yes, look what you can do. Feel in your body, I have chills as I say that, feel what you can do. And then what you're doing will mean for the rest of us. So I say to you right now, if there is a calling or a yearning or a soul urge within you, say yes to it, my loves. Say yes. Turn it on. And if you want to have support in finding your soul blueprint, your soul ascension work, reach out to me. Go to my site. I have a complimentary soul vision awakening thing, and I'd love to connect with you. And Alan, I can't hear you.
I was saying perfect little closing for everything that you can sum up together in this quick little intro to who you are. For more of Joan of Angels, you got to come this weekend to Marin County Center in San Rafael. It's going to be a weekend of angels, isn't it, Joan?
It is going to, well, angels and starseeds, yes. And not only that, but, we're talking about Ascension Alchemy here, soul alchemy. That's where you're going to find all the tools for what you need, okay? From crystals to herbs to being inside pyramids and things like this. Vivian Chauvet's husband, Peter, tools that keep you raised up. Why? Because 3D is very heavy. 3D is not, you got to learn to navigate it if you want to get out of it. That's all I can say. It's a tricky road. And, all it takes is someone says to you, oh, hey, Joan, let's go to the bar down there. And you are on your way to the meditation retreat, and you say, oh, yeah, the bar looks good. All my friends are there. It's as simple as that you can go that way instead of that way.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you're saying applies to most people, and it's a community to compare your life's journey with and network. I mean, I think it's so great. Neil took this over from Kenny Kaufman, who's been doing it since 1987. He's been running expos. I was at his first Whole Life Expo. I think that was in San Francisco. And Neil is bringing new energy. Everything we've all done together, Joan, are traveling, Mexico, Egypt, wherever we've been, California, Yucatan. We've all learned from it. I have to say, it's all been a great learning experience of working together, being together, living in community. And so we're taking this to a bigger level. And I think everything you've been working on personally and evolutionarily is what people are coming into. It's like you've been a little ahead of the game in some ways, Joan. You were a very successful chiropractor, and you knew how to create that, and you knew how to just move that to the next level of being an artist, of being an intuitive, being a coach. So I'm glad you're bringing your wisdom to help organize this event.
Ooh. Woo, now, I love that. Yeah, we're going to have a good time, guys.
I'm going to bring on Mark Kohl. Have you met Mark?
I have. I think I interviewed Mark twice. Yep, he looks familiar. 2 interviews.
Oh yeah, we've done it. We've done it.
Were you out in Palm Springs last weekend?
No, I didn't make it out there.
So funny. I couldn't get there. So now I don't feel so bad that you weren't there. But you have to let me know.
I know.
Mark?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't met Mark. Do you want to do a brief introduction to Mark, Joan, and I'll do a formal introduction here?
All right. So here's what I really like about Mark. And Mark has the courage and the confidence to really share when he was going down a bad path. Very successful filmmaker, producer, right?
Yep.
Well, you have to show me a little bit, Alan, while I'm talking about him. Oh God. Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to do side by side. Oh, there.
I could do that for you.
Okay.
Just leave us. Right there's Alan right in the middle. So Alan and I used to have a show together too. So that's even funnier. Mark brings something really interesting. He was extremely successful as a filmmaker and producer. The top of his field. And when he comes on, he'll tell you his films, he'll mention them, you'll know all of them. But unfortunately, he was an alcoholic. He had a serious addiction problem. He hit rock bottom. And at some point and he tried everything, but at some point he was introduced to plant medicine. And I had the same kind of thing. I was introduced to plant medicine when I was begging for a miracle. And that plant medicine really began to speak to Mark and transformed his life. And as anyone with a purpose and a mission has, he turned that into a mission to help others reach that same level of awareness, enlightenment, and to heal from inside out, because plant medicine is one of the few ways you can heal from the inside out. Isn't that right, Mark?
Oh my God, yes.
And I want to work with Mark. I like the work that you're doing, Mark.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, we've had a couple of conversations at the Conscious Life Expo, right?
Yep. We did. Yep. And we'll continue them because I'm going to see you right at the New Living Expo. And I'm introducing you for your lecture at the New Living Expo.
Oh, are you? Oh, awesome. Boy, I was just watching you for the last couple hours and I was just going, man, this woman, like I'm going to piggyback on a lot of things you said. You had so many nuggets in there. So I appreciate you teeing up the audience for me,
Oh, good. Yes, that was my job. I'm the warm up.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, I'm really happy to meet you. And you're like the third person I met this week who are coming from like an addiction background into a spiritual awakening. Maybe it's just the time that frequency kicked in for a lot of people. And speaking of frequencies, I hope you talk about this whole frequency ecosystem that you've created, because that's a big part of what you're bringing to the expo. I want to know how you discovered that, how it works, what's it all about. So if you want to talk about some of that, just to prepare people for what they might see this weekend, whatever else you were going to say,
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess I should just kind of give a quick background. I mean, I tell this story all the time. So, but as Joan kind of teed up, I had, in a lot of my friends and stuff, I had kind of made it, right? I was a successful director, cinematographer for a long time back east. I did really well. And I found out it was a trap. You get, I had the house on the ocean. I had the rental properties. I had the big boat. I lived in Florida. I had sort of made it. And I was so miserable along the way. I was just, chasing. I realized I built a monster that I had to feed. And I think this is by design. It's this illusion of that there's some golden egg at the end of this chase.
Wait, I have to ask you, because you're where I would like to be as a successful director doing all. Was there any satisfaction in the creative act of making these things, making these productions that made people happy, entertained, emotional? I mean, did you get satisfaction from that?
Well, that's a great point, because I don't always get to pick the jobs. I had to. Yes, there was some for sure. I mean, I'm a Gemini. I'm a storyteller. I love telling stories. I'm going to tell you a few right now. but I didn't always get hired to do what I wanted to do. Now, on that note, we're launching, the name of my company's Frequency, and I'll tell you why that is. And we picked this name years ago before it was a catchphrase like it is now. But conscious content, of course. I love doing something that changes lives, and they call it television programming. The key word here is programming. It programs the brain. It programs the mind. This is how Hitler almost took over the world. He had everybody watching color films, and there's no such thing as a moving image. It's a bunch of still images put together, and when it hits a certain frame, brain goes into this hypnosis. The yogis call it a trance, and that's when the brain is most easily programmed. And people back then thought it was reality. They thought it was true. So it can be used as anything for the betterment of humanity or the detriment of humanity. So to answer your question, when I would do things that were conscious, it got me super excited. But I didn't know what I didn't know. And we, had a big company, and I had a staff, and we had, editing departments and all this kind of stuff. And we had to keep the doors open. So I was doing quite a bit of commercials. In fact, I think I did over 3,000 commercials, and every single one of them was an illusion. So I realized I was using my talents people to buy things they don't need with money they didn't have. And I think that haunted me, really, because, first of all, if you're making a commercial, this is my opinion, usually your product isn't that great, right? Because you have to I had to, light it and create an illusion with colors and music and attractive actors, and to get you to, create an emotion around something that probably wasn't that great. If your products are really good, they usually sell themselves, So, like Tesla, I don't think they do any TV commercials. Buick does though, right? So, so the point of it is, I realized I was just running, really. And it started to, I guess, haunt me, because I'm somebody of high integrity. And there was just a lot of things that, I didn't know what I didn't know. I like to keep saying that. But so I was working all the time. I realized I remember being in a hotel, looking at my suitcase, I was traveling like 150 days a year. And I remember looking at that going, this is my life. Everything I need is in this suitcase, because I'm spending a third of my year or more living out of this thing. Right. And I was, doing all this work to pay for a house I'm never in. I mean, it was crazy. I paid for a boat I never used. And, as the Buddhists say, we don't own things own us. And, like I said, it's a trap, but it's great for capitalism, because, in order for capitalism to survive, we have to continuously buy things constantly. Right. And most of these things we don't need. But the point is that it created a lot of misery in me. And along the way, I started sliding into alcohol. And quite frankly, I used alcohol worked for me for quite some time. It would, and this is a while back. This is 20 years ago or so. I started having trouble with it. But, I go as a teenager and a young man. I was also a guitar player in many bands. And I couldn't play my guitar in front of people unless I had a couple beers in me. To just calm my nerves, to liquid courage, or to release fear that was an illusion. But so I used it quite strategically until it became a problem. But when I had a couple of drinks, I could calm the creative mind down enough that I could be creative, that I could make some big decisions, that I could talk to that girl or whatever, things that I was afraid of. So, as they say in the program, it was fun, and then it was fun with problems, and then it was just problems. And, I was on the East Coast in Florida, and it was, I'm in California now, and it was a very different culture back then. It was, everybody drank in the film business. I mean, our craft service table, the table with all the food and stuff on it. When we said wrap, it would flip around and turn into a bar. I mean, everybody drank. We had, I remember we had a camera on the camera truck. We had a beer cooler. I mean, that would be crazy now, but it was everywhere because it was a very high stress business. We're independent. You're only good as your last job. So you're constantly judging yourself. You're constantly, trying to get the next gig. It's just a race of hustling, and it just got to be, out of control. And I knew, I was doing quite a bit of TV, and I was working for like Aaron Spelling. I don't know if anybody even knows who that is anymore. He was huge. I was one of his, I would think I was his youngest director of photography at the time, but it was a death march when you did episodic television. I mean, you're shooting an hour show in 7 days. I mean, and we did it for a year. Like, you had no life, zero life. And you just worked, and you literally went home and did your laundry and flipped it around and came back. So, we used to call it a death march. But I remember in that, when I was working for those guys, they planted a seed in our heads that, directors working at the rate I was working at, that we all were, the average age of burnout was 46. Like, burnout meaning rehab, just complete disaster. And they would just kind of kick you to the side and get to the next guy. So it just wasn't a really good lifestyle. So, we drank a lot, and I remember going from a heavy drinker to an alcoholic, as they called me. And these are labels, these are things that I think society comes up with because they just love to put us in boxes, right? But I went from wanting it to having to have it. I would wake up shaky, and it was just horrible, man. It was just horrible. And I'm like I said, a guy with the really high truth and high integrity. And then I found myself lying about my drinking, and that just haunted me so bad. So the more lies you tell, the more drinking you do to cover the lies, to reduce or hide the shame and the things that haunt you. And these are things that we have to get rid of. Anyway, 12 years ago, I had this drinking problem, and I'm a problem solver. So I was like, okay, how do I solve this problem? And, everybody's like, okay, you're an alcoholic. The doctors you're an alcoholic. So I go to Alcoholics Anonymous and, trying to solve the problem. And then I would go on these binges. I would stop drinking for a while, 30 days here and there, because I had a drinking problem. So let's stop drinking, right? Well, I didn't really have a drinking problem. I had more of a thinking problem, as they say. But I would stop drinking. And I remember it just being so difficult. All I thought about was picking up a drink. And, I'm a pretty disciplined guy. I'm, entrepreneur and everything, and really strong. But this thing had a hold of me. And it was, people that have never had a true addiction or whatever, it's a demon. I mean, I can't explain it any other way. I was like, I used to tell people, I don't know what's happening, but this is not me. I'm locked out of the cockpit. I can't get into the cockpit. I can't get my hands on the wheel. And so anyway, it just ended up, I went into 5 rehabs, and that's humiliating. I lost, I lost pretty much everything. I lost my, career. I lost my reputation. That's what really haunted me. And, I found myself ended up in one room in Venice Beach, 300 square foot room, studio apartment from my 5-bedroom house on the ocean by myself for 4.5 years, living in my head and drinking myself almost to death. I just couldn't stop. And, I remember waking up shaking super bad, and I would hobble down to the local liquor store. There was Davies Liquor Locker on Marine Street, I think, in Venice. And at 7 a.m., to go in there and buy a little bottle of vodka. And the second I took a sip of that, my shaking would stop. So people have to understand too that, you know, people with addictions, they're not trying to get high. They're not trying to get drunk. They're just trying to not go through withdrawals, which is horrific. And I mean, it's horrific. So I found myself like, I remember, you know, I was drinking vodka out of a paper bag in Venice Beach. And I was like, how the hell did I get here? And anyway, I just got more and more shameful. And I ended up almost dying in June 12 years ago. And I managed to pull myself together or call a friend. And I said, will you take me to rehab again? I didn't want to go because I had already done everything. I had done what everybody told me. I, you know, went through the 12 steps. I did all the medication. I took all the antidepressants. I mean, I was paying $1,000 a month for this big shot they would put in me, Vivitrol or something, to reduce cravings. Nothing worked. I mean, it was just, you know, awful. And anyway, I went into my last rehab in Malibu. And this time when I got out, I never went back to Florida. That was a thing. I'd always wanted to get to Los Angeles. I thought it was the movie business, but turns out it's not. Turns out it's the spirituality of Southern California. I just needed to be around, you know, people that were healing, that were thinking differently. So anyway, I get out of rehab at Cliffside, and I was lucky enough to get turned on to a sponsor who lived in Venice, and he turned me on to Kundalini Yoga, which I had never heard of. And for those of you, I mean, I'm sure your people listening are pretty advanced and they know what Kundalini is, but it was, you know, it's the it's a technology. It goes all the way back to Egypt. You guys are talking about Egypt. A lot of it goes back to Egypt. You know, it's based in the Hermetic principles. It went through, you know, advanced Buddhism, and anyway, it was hidden for 6,000 years and was released by Yogi Bhajan, I think in 1968 in California. And I actually studied with the one lineage people that he had trained. So I found Kundalini Yoga at Rama Institute. I don't know if anybody knows that. And when it first opened, and it was the most bizarre thing I'd ever done. You're talking to a Chicago Lutheran white guy, and I'm in there and there's people wearing white and chanting, and it was completely insane to me. But my sponsor's like, shut up, just keep coming back. And I did. And it was so hard, but I was fascinated of how they spoke and how intelligent they were, and how they spoke about the mind and about consciousness, and about how the body, like Joan was saying, is a, you know, an antenna, and our pineal gland, and connecting. And, you know, I learned all about the, you know, all of the magnetic and the electrical energy of the body and the breath. And I started having Kundalini awakenings, and I went to Tibet and studied, and I became a Kundalini yoga teacher. And I never really practiced it, but I got the certificate. But you know, it was just fascinating to me. And then parallel to that, I had met somebody who turned me on to ayahuasca, and it was super underground back then. I kind of heard about it. And I was actually volunteering, shooting a little thing for a friend of mine who was doing a Christmas play for young girls that were abused. Here I am, this DGA director. I was volunteering just to stay busy. But anyway, I decided to make a documentary out of it. And I started interviewing the women that were helping these abused the girls, and they were all abused as kids. And the one woman was telling me her backstory, and she said how ayahuasca got her out of her trauma. And I was like, well, what's that? And then she looked at me and she goes, well, there's a ceremony Saturday night. I can get you in. So I was like, oh, I'm in. I was like, I didn't care. I would do anything because I'd already done everything. So I go to this ceremony, and, you know, there was no intake. There was no anything. It was basically bring a sleeping bag. And I went, and the only person I knew was her. And it was on a concrete floor off of Lincoln Boulevard in Venice, which is very noisy. And anyway, I drank the medicine, and it completely shattered my everything, shattered my illusions, shattered my belief systems. I saw how everything's connected. I saw how for a split second, you know, how nature really works, the computer that runs everything. And it was so magical. And to this day, it was the most joy I've ever felt in my life. I mean, it was just I can't even, you guys know this, there's no language, you know, it's just, I was gone. And I came out of that ceremony and I said to the shaman, I said, like, how could this be illegal? Like, if everybody did this, there would be no wars, there would be no divorce. And he looked at me like I was an idiot. He goes, because happy people don't buy anything. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I know about making commercials and stuff. So anyway, that started it. So I just doubled down on that. And, you know, of course, my AA friends were going bonkers. They were like, you can't do that, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I just went, you know, quiet. And it just helped me so much. And it was, like I said, super underground. So we were going in basements. We were doing it in the desert in tents. We were doing it, you know, in these really questionable places with, you know, everything. Cause it was just super, super underground. And, you know, it wasn't pleasant. And, you know, Joan, I think maybe you were doing ayahuasca if you were purging like that, but you know, it's a purge of the mind, the body, and the spirit. So it's pulling out disease. It's pulling out negative thoughts, which are disease. You know, our thoughts are not ours, you know? So, and then, along the way, somehow I found myself to Topanga Canyon. I knew nothing about it. I couldn't afford it, but I felt it in a ceremony, and I showed up here 9 years ago, and you know, didn't know anybody, because I was just kind of fearless. I was like, what are they going to do? Take my house? What are they going to do? Put me in jail? Wow, I've had all that happen already. I'm not afraid of that. So I remember when I looked at the house, it made zero sense. I couldn't afford it. I couldn't maintain it. I didn't know anybody. I didn't have a job, but I felt it. It was the first time in my life I actually listened. I tell people, instead of thinking, I actually started listening. I felt it in my heart, which is truth. Now I know why I'm here. It really didn't have that much to do with me. It has to do with what we're doing for others. And that's kind of the whole point of, I think, this, you know, this expo we're doing, you know, coming up this weekend, is what can we do for others? And, you know, I didn't know any of that at the time, but so I, you know, we were here, and I rented a room to somebody who knew everybody. And all of a sudden we're doing, I mean, sound baths were just coming out, and breathwork classes were just coming out. And then we were doing Aya ceremonies here. So we became this, like, this spot of healing. And I'm on 2 acres of land, ancient, you know, Indian land, and just, you know, coming into this space, you just feel better. And we back up to Topanga Canyon State Park. So, you know, we forget that we don't go in nature, that we forget that we are nature. Like, this is what we are. We're, you know, the unified field, the consciousness. And, you know, we've been yanked out of nature and put into a concrete box, calling it, you know, modern advancement. I mean, this is like crazy. This is, by the way, fun fact, this is the first generation of humans that has ever lived alone. Like, we don't operate solo. We operate in, you know, tribes. We operate in community. We operate in families. The whole system of democracy is based on the individual. Well, it's designed for misery. It's designed for misery. I know I made a lot of the illusions that created the misery, you know? So I saw it from both sides. And, you know, 8 years ago, I started growing mushrooms. I knew it was super scary. I mean, everything we've doing is scary. I mean, if you think about it, because it just was back then. People around here were doing, you know, everybody was in the marijuana business, and that really isn't our thing. And I needed something to pivot. My film career was gone. And So I got into growing mushrooms, and I mean, we were doing it. I can't even tell you. We had under my deck, I had 22 pressure cookers going, 1,600 mason jars, and 50 or 60 of the Home Depot tubs, and we were growing like that. And I don't know what the neighbors thought when you hear 22 pressure cookers going, but it sounds illegal, that's for sure, and dangerous and all that. Anyway, so I was growing, and we were supplying mushrooms. The original business model was that, people, some of the healers were pivoting from ayahuasca over to mushrooms because they're a little safer or what have you. And so we were supplying medicine for those folks. And then I was, I found that, I mean, it helped me. So I would, if the rats started eating the wires up here, I would take a mushroom or two and I'd go for a hike with my dog, and like, the world's fantastic. It's crazy how the mind just runs everything. Anyway, but it's very difficult to grow, very difficult. You get wiped out. Everything wants to grow in the mediums that we're doing, like everything. It's the perfect environment for every mold, every fungus. Of course, ego, we want to grow our fungus, our mushrooms, not anything else. But every now and then, we would lose and nature would win, and we would get wiped out with massive bacteria, massive contamination. And it is so disheartening. You work 11 weeks every single day, and then you go down in there and you see that you've grown basically mold for 11 weeks, and you throw it all away and you have to start all over, and you don't know which box you didn't check. You don't know where the contamination set in. So it was very frustrating, but I didn't give up. And so I was at it about 2 or 3 years, and the marijuana guys started watching me. They knew it was the next thing or what have you. And by the way, this is my opinion. I think these corporations that now grow marijuana have kind of destroyed marijuana. I mean, it used to be a very spiritual plant as tobacco. Cigarettes are not tobacco. They have tobacco in them. But as we know, tobacco is an extremely healing plant when used properly. Marijuana, same, but now it's grown, hydroponically, and it's cyborg, and it's in warehouses and pesticides and all kinds of stuff, and no sunlight. So anyway, they started watching me, and they knew I needed some capital, and they were like, well, we'd like to help you out. And I was like, yeah, I bet you do. So, but I needed capital. Parallel to that, I had landed a big Disney project. It was like a $30 million show. And so my film career was kind of coming back. In fact, I started scouting it. It was up in Northern California. Anyway, so I'm working with these guys. We moved the operation out of here and to expand it with the marijuana guys. And we did that. And to make a long story short, they basically took my genetics, our methods, and didn't pay the employees and locked me out. So I quit. I was super upset. I was more upset with the fact that I'd wasted 3 years of my life kind of doing something I just could not figure out. I just could not get it down pat. So I quit. And just coincidentally, there's no coincidences, but the very shaman that I sat with in my first ayahuasca ceremony called me from Europe, and he said, hey, I'm coming to LA. Can I use your house for a ceremony? And I was like, yeah, sure. Now, mind you, I had done like 26 or so ayahuasca ceremonies, and the last few ones were extremely traumatic. So I was pretty scared of doing ayahuasca. Anyway, he comes in, and I'm going to angel, which means I'm going to help out, not do a full dose. So, but I have to drink a working dose. Anyway, I drink a little bit of the medicine, and it takes me to the moon, like I couldn't move. And I was like, oh no, here it comes. And anyway, for those of you that have never done plant medicine or ayahuasca, we use this term called the mother. And the mother shows up, and she's the one that's going to guide you or just beat you into submission. Anyway, she shows up and she goes, hey, we've been wanting to talk to you. You've been avoiding us. We want to have a chat. I was like, oh no, Here it comes. She goes, no, 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 no. She goes, you know the mushroom thing? And I go, yeah. She goes, you're doing it all wrong. You're getting back in it. I go, no, I'm not. I'm doing this TV show. She goes, no, 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 no. You're doing it all wrong. She goes, you need to only work with mindful people. I was like, okay, thanks for that tip. And she goes, you know that 10 years of rehabs and all that stuff, you know, she said, we did that for you. This is part of your journey. You can't see it, but this is part of it. She goes, that was designed for you to do what you're going to do now. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she goes, you need to only work with mindful people. And she said, but the mushrooms want you to learn everything, to learn all the DNA, to learn all the science, to learn the mycology. Mind you, we're a fruiting operator. That's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother science. She goes, no, they want you. You have to learn all of this. And she said, and this is what you'll be helping humanity with. And she showed me a montage of disease and war and destruction and suicide. And she said, and you will speak on this and people will listen because of what we put you through. That was your education. You will speak and people will listen because you will speak truth. And I get goosebumps when I tell this story. Those are truth bumps, by the way. And she said, but you need to operate this way and you need to protect us, or she said, you need to protect the mushrooms as they protect the medicine as it exists in nature. I had no idea what that meant. And she said something like, oh, we know you're scared, but if you operate this way, we will protect you. So I get out of that ceremony and I'm like, what? I don't know what to do. I'm already prepping this show and I'm going, I got to go for what I know. I'm doing the show. And so this is true story. Like, I can't even tell you. It's like 4 or 5 days later, the pandemic hit. The show was gone like in a second. And I was like, oh, I'm listening again. So whatever equipment I had left, I yanked it out of the sheds and I started over by myself. I learned, I failed, I learned, I failed. And, I get a little bit of success. And by the way, from that day to now, I haven't taken a day off. But I was just learning, I was studying, I was trying to get, it was during the pandemic. I couldn't really get, people to come around, but I had some friends that were mycologists and it's not an exact science. It's a very intuitive thing. Anyway, I thought I was doing good. And then I got hit again with contamination issues and I was really angry. I managed to salvage an ounce or so. I don't remember what, but I sold it to a very, very skilled shaman. And he called me a couple of days later and he said, I need to give you some feedback on your medicine. I said, okay, fair. And he said, me and my client went super deep. We went full ego dissolution and we both independently saw you in our journeys. And I was like, what? You both saw me in your journey? And he goes, yeah. And he continued, he said, and we both felt your anger and we both felt your fear. His quote to me was, your frequencies in the medicine. And I was like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. And so parallel to that, I was now a Kundalini teacher. I understood cymatics. It's based in sound currents. It's based in, fractals, sacred geometry. I knew a lot of the science behind it. So I built a sound chamber underground in the Schumann resonance. And it is now, I have a sound chamber that immerses the mushrooms in the cultivation and fruiting stage with basically a sound bath. We have Buddhist chanting going. We have, all the crystal bowls. We have the frequencies of all the chakras. And it's just this beautiful, sacred, crystal-lined environment that the medicine grows in. So that's how frequency was born, and it makes a difference. We've never had anybody say anything like, of the sort, but, with negative again. It just makes sense, physics. If you have two acoustic guitars next to each other, you pluck the A string on one, the other A string will vibrate. That's just classic physics, right? So we're vibrating beings, and every thought we have, everything radiates into the field of consciousness. So, I mean, this comes with responsibility. You think we're not being watched or we're not affecting anything. Like the Buddhists say, think of a mosquito in a tent. That little mosquito can, really, make you go crazy, right? So these things that are in us, they radiate. These emotions, they radiate, and they'll come back and as chaos in the field. So coherence, Joan was talking, about this. I wholeheartedly, by the way, I've done, Joe Dispenza's work. I actually shot some videos with him. So, and, he does, that's ancient science, but, he brings a beautiful, modern science to everything. And he talks about it. Coherence is the word he uses. And that's what I see when I go into the field of consciousness. It's like, that we are an orchestra, and we have to have all of our chakras, all of our thoughts, everything has to be in tune so that we play a coherent or harmonious chord. Otherwise, it's dissonance, as they say in music. It's chaos, and that affects the rest of the field of consciousness. So, we're also getting into the biohacking space quite a bit. Because, I believe that most disease comes from the mind. So we're biohacking the mind. This is, yes, you can get to some of these realms naturally. I haven't been able to get to the realms as quickly as I can on the mushrooms. It gets you in fast. It's been around. I mean, this is, I think, the oldest medicine there is. It's been around forever. Most religions, this is in the book Immortality Key. It's in a lot of other documented texts and scientific studies and whatnot. But I think all religions, or most religions that exist today even, have some sort of sacrament of natural psychedelic plants or mushrooms or DMT or whatever. So, apparently the original Christians, the sacrament of communion was, I believe, a mix of DMT and mushrooms. I don't know how anyone would prove that, but it was definitely a psychoactive ceremony that was actually run by women up until the Catholic Church was formed, when they flipped us over to alcohol. Imagine that. Where we connect to spirit, to the one chemical that disconnects us from spirit instantly. Like, this is why obviously Buddhists don't drink, Taoists, Hindu, Islam, it's very, it's a no-no, right? Because it disconnects you from God immediately. So we're coming back to that in this Aquarian age of consciousness. The frequency of the earth is shifting. The human consciousness is synchronized with it. Imagine that. So everything, this synchronization to the magnetic frequency of the earth that is now rising in the Aquarian age, we're unaware. Everybody's asleep. And I know this is the mission of what Neil's doing and what we're all doing on here, is to just wake everybody up. Does a fish know it's in the ocean, right? They don't know. So we're here to just kind of help people wake up, right? And in the awakening, it's awareness. And this is what we're really sharing with people as a method to wake up. A method for you to find truth, a method for you to find purpose, or you can call Joan. But why are you here? That's the big question. Like, modern psychology doesn't even talk about this. But if you don't know why you're here, like, why are you getting out of bed in the morning, then you'll always struggle. You'll always look outside of yourself for something, for happiness, for escape, because you're lost. You're a boat floating in the ocean with no sail. You're just floating. You're existing, but you're not going anywhere, right? We're all here for a reason. This gathering this weekend is fantastic. It's a collective consciousness of powerful people for change, and because we in this organization know why we're here. So I think this is a method that we're sharing, the teachings that we have I'm writing a bunch of books that I've gotten from the field. I download this information, I record it into a little recorder, and then I make books through the lens of my life of, of being a disciple of experience, the hard knocks and use modern technology to get it into language. But this is ancient stuff. The field of consciousness is a guidance system. It's always been there, and we can't hear it. We think we're separate from it. We're not separate. We just can't hear it. We're just so full of noise. I don't think there's really that much mental illness. I think the mind is confused. We have weak minds. I think awareness is the immune center or the immune system for the mind, because just as disease comes into the body, disease comes into the mind in the form of thoughts, in the form of negative thoughts, in the form of illusionary fears. Carl Jung talks a lot about this, the collective unconscious. Like, everybody's freaking out when things are actually, I'm looking outside. It's not that, it's beautiful. And we're missing the beauty in life. We're missing everything because we can't see. We can't see what's happening. The mind wants to just go into this mayhem that's not even ours. Like 80 to 97% of your worries, most everybody's worries, will never happen. That's science. That's a complete illusion. Yet they're running us. They're completely running us. And we think it's us running us, but it's not. It's a complete illusion. And we're missing the present, right? And so this is why it's imperative that we don't watch, the news or whatever. It's theater, guys. You guys know that. It's like, it's designed to move the needle. It's designed to put you in a hypnotic state that you can't put it down. I mean, I barely watch TV. I've made so much of it. I'm fine not watching it unless it's going to inform me. But I go into a public place now and I see TV and I just see how it just grabs you and it just sucks you in. Just like the yogis say, it puts you in a trance and you lock in and you don't even know it. And then pretty soon you're angry. Pretty soon whatever's on there, you're just disgusted with it. You're afraid of it. And it's not you. It's not yours. Now it's in your head. And now it's rattling around in your head and it's creating distress in you. And then you complain and somebody else hears it and that just spreads. And it's all an illusion. And this is how fast the mind viruses spread. As the Buddhists say, there's nothing faster than the speed of thought, right? And actually quantum mechanics and physics is proving that the brains are entangled. So this is what we're bringing to, humanity, if you will, awareness. And once you wake up, you really won't need us. It's not a great business model, but we're here for the long haul. We're not here to get you addicted, because addiction is the economy. If you think about it, the number one financial stream or revenue is data, our data. And where does that data come from? The phone. And every time you touch it, somebody's making money. So guys like me created programming and content to keep you on the phone constantly. And we don't even know it. I can't even turn my music up without my phone now. It's insane. So don't engage, right? So the awareness is, that's an addiction. Right. And then we're working. I mean, this is how it works. I mean, I was, working all the time to pay for things that I didn't even use. And you realize you're a slave because you're not going anywhere because you have to pay for all this stuff and you're stuck. And then that's when, it starts to sink in like, holy shit, I'm stuck. Well, you're not. Right. So all of these things are illusions that the medicine shows you. It shows you purpose. It shows you truth. That's the big one. Like, you can lie and justify all you want to your friends and to yourself, but you cannot do it to the universe. And when you face that and you slay that dragon, that's freedom. That's freedom from the very prison that we created. So this is all self-created, but again, we don't know. We don't know that we do this. And people, our friends don't know and we can't really tell them. They have to find it on their own. So that's what we're doing through education and awareness, is to help people find this stuff. In the Aquarian age, as people wake up, you know, it's like the second stage of awareness. There's no end to them, but there's 5 that we talk about. But, you know, most people are in the stage where, you know, we think all this is real. We think that what they say is, you know, this. We think our thoughts are ours. And then the second stage is where we start to question things, right? So usually our customers or clientele or what have you are the ones that are going into the second. They're starting to question things. They're starting to see that, wait, maybe this is a trap. Maybe this is not in my best interest. Maybe this is not my purpose, you know? And so we're here to guide people through that. So, you know, the mushrooms are just one facet of what we're doing, but we have a lot of education and wisdom that goes along with it, because that's a method to get into this field of information that's, you know, always been there, the Akasha, the quantum field, God, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, people are all using machine intelligence and artificial intelligence. I'm like, cool, I'm using nature's intelligence. You know, if you quiet the mind, take a mushroom or two. We actually have a product called Portal. I named it that for a reason. It's a very light dose, but I tell people, you know, take 1 or 2 of those, quiet the mind, walk outside in nature and listen, and the answers will come. And that's ancient stuff. You know, this is like I said, this is a guidance system to guide us if we can hear it. So I'm super excited for this weekend. I'm, you know, glad I'm on this, you know, the panel with you guys. I feel like the new kid on the block. So I've been watching some of you for a long time, and it's like, wow, I'm get to hang out with these guys, and I think it's cool. So yeah.
Yeah.
I can keep going.
I'm just adding myself to the stage. So, hey, thank you, Mark. Can you talk a little bit about the frequency process itself? And you're going to have some machines there at the expo?
No, we're not going to have any machines. It's just basically it's this sound chamber that the medicine is grown in. It's like, you know, it's like a 24/7 sound bath, and so when you partake in it, your experience is much more profound, much more truthful, much clean, for sure. And I mean, we're talking about a mystical experience. You know, we want to honor that and treat it as such. You know, we don't want to be eating a bunch of gummies. Like, you know, that's what's going on with the mushrooms out there now. You know, everybody's synthesizing it, putting it in gummies and stuff. And we have fun products too, because fun's medicine. So, but yeah.
Well, so you grow the mushroom in these big sound chamber things, and you feel like it up levels the frequency of the actual medicine, you're saying?
Well, 100%. I don't know if you've ever seen what's the, you know, years ago, Iamoto, the Japanese doctor who did the thing.
I knew him.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Well, I mean, that's just one of many experiments, but I mean, mushrooms are full of water, as we are, you know, as our blood is and everything. And, you know, these are sentient beings. It's not like, I mean, they are extremely sentient. They are you go in that grow and they're intelligent. They're very, very intelligent. I mean, just not the psilocybin part, but just how they operate in nature, how they navigate around stuff, and how they, you know, I don't know if you heard about the guys in Japan when they were designing the Tokyo subway system. They couldn't figure out, you know, they were trying to figure out the most efficient routes to each terminal or each destination. And somebody came up with a genius idea. He built a giant petri dish, and they put, which is food, and they put food in it. They overlaid a map and put different food wherever they needed the trains to go. And the mycelium found the most efficient path way better than the best engineers in the world. So this is the intelligence, just a tiny piece of the intelligence
I
of
didn't
nature.
know it. But I mean, there's millions of frequencies. Is there a particular frequency you use for these mushrooms?
Excellent question. Yes. I mean, it's not one. We play, the organic ones of course, of all the chakras, 528, 432, 777, etc. And the ones that you see on the vibrating plates, where you get the sacred geometry. I don't know if you've ever seen the vibrating plates where they have sand or salt on them. And they go, right, you go from chaos to total sacred geometry to
cymatics. Cymatics.
Correct. Yes. So we play that. I mean, the goal down the road is I would love to have separate chambers for each main frequency, but that's quite an undertaking.
So at the expo, you're going to have one of these chambers. People are going to experience the sound, right?
No, we're not going to have a chamber. We're going to have the medicine from the chamber, though.
Okay.
Now I also have another company that is called the Frequency House, which is a space where healers can rent, use whatever to do their healing modality in nature. And we have a couple different ones, but in that I'm bringing one of the devices. I'm bringing a Roxebia light. Have you seen these things? The stroboscopic light. It's a frequency. It's a flickering light that will put you into a psychedelic journey with just the.
It's like a Luma light. You know the Luma light?
But it's much more advanced and bigger. But yes.
Oh, you're going to have that there. Great. And where are these houses that you have for treatment?
We're in Topanga Canyon. So we have we built out, because there's all these healers and facilitators everywhere, and they need a place to do their stuff. So we have big, large tents and indoor ceremony spaces to do sound healing, medicine journeys. We have doctors that come up and do different things, but nature, instead of doing it in a medical clinic or whatever, we do it under oak trees. I mean, we do stem cell ceremonies here. I mean, we're doing
one quick question before we bring Tamara on. Laura asks, Mark, I have a friend who has done 22 plant ceremony sessions in a row over 22 nights. Do you think that's the healthiest way to approach plant medicine?
That would be a no. I think if you're doing that many, you're shifting one addiction for another. Even though this is non-addictive, I mean, I'd have to know more about before I speak. I would.
No,
I know more about the case. That seems
becomes another level of escape, and totally. I mean, for me, that's
as we say in psychology, that's the avoidance.
Yeah.
Right. Avoidance of doing the work, and that's that's fear. That's just fear.
You need to at least digest the information that comes to it. I mean, it's taken me 10 years to digest one ceremony. I'm still getting more. So I mean, everybody's different, and I agree with you. It's a little
Well,
much.
I mean, I don't know how much time do I.
No, we're about finished, I think.
Okay. Yep, because
any closing words. I mean, you're going to be at the New Living Expo, so
just come see us. I mean, the website's frequencycaps.com. Check us out. The frequency, the facility is frequency-house.com. Check us out, and I'll see you next week. Right.
Let me bring Tamara on. Let's see if she has any interesting comments about. Hey, Tamara. Wait, I think you're muted. Are you unmuted? Let me just.
Hi.
There you go.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yep. Yes. Good, perfect. Any comments before you go into your thing?
I'm sorry, I had you guys muted. I just came on and hearing you. So I look forward to meeting you guys at the event, though.
All right. Great. Okay, then I'll just thank you so much, Mark, for being so honest and open about your history. And, I can see this is really your passion to help people like it's helped you. And that's the best medicine.
That's why we're here. All right. We'll see you next week.
Thanks so much.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Tamara,
hi.
Right? Hi. Yeah. I don't think we've met, have we? No.
We have not met.
Oh, okay. Where are you based out of?
Well, right now I'm in California at my cousin's house, but I live in Yucatan, Mexico.
Oh, Yucatan. Great.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do a little introduction and then you just go for it because you have a lot to say. As a founder of subconscious meta programming, health healing modalities called sacred activation. That sounds pretty amazing. Let's see who. You can like so. Metatron appeared to you. You're saying to give you this
Yeah.
kind of download in Scotland. That's I want to hear about that. And
Yes.
you do these sacred activation ceremonies that shift the subconscious mind and give higher meta programming into the subconscious so people can be more functional in their conscious mind, basically, right?
Yeah.
Well, talk about your journey a little bit. Talk about what you're going to be doing at the New Living Expo, and just go for it. You're here. Talk to our people.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you. I will be at the Living Expo next week. I'm really excited. I'm in California visiting family right now. I live in Yucatan, Mexico. This has been such an amazing journey. In 2012, I went to England. I was encouraged to go to England. I'm not going to go into that part of the story, but I asked God, what am I doing here? And I heard to go to the Roslyn Chapel. And when I did, I booked a B&B and a train for the next day. I went to the Roslyn Chapel. 2 days later, I heard to invite one of my clients to join me there. She lived in Scotland, so she did. And we're sitting in a pew, and I said, okay, God, I'm here. And I was told to go in the Akashic Records. So I went in the Akashic Records, and when I did, there was this being standing there. I'd never seen anybody in the Akashic Records before. I was a master Akashic Records reader, and I would get people information. So when there was this being standing there, I'm all, who are you and what do you want? And he said he was Lord Metatron, and he was there to assist me. And I said, okay. And then when I said that, all this energy is like this tornado was coming into the top of my head. And the frequency and the energy just blew me away. And then it was followed up by all these golden seals started coming in. They look like golden coins with a little hole in the middle. And they started stacking in. And it lasted about 15 minutes. And when it was done, I was dizzy. My head hurt. And then I heard to ground into Mother Earth. So I did that. And then, and I witnessed this on Vera too, that was with me. And when we were done, we were driving away, and I heard I was now crystalline and to give these to others. So I went back to my B&B, and I was contacting all my friends on Skype. You wouldn't believe what just happened. Do you want this? So I was running this energy for them, not knowing what it did. I didn't know anything about it. And it was just really wild. And then, so I was staying in London, and I heard to go to Stonehenge. So I booked a tour bus that went to Stonehenge, and I walked around Stonehenge, and I went, yeah, okay. Because I was freezing. I was from California, and in March in England was really cold. So I walked around. I'm like, yeah, okay. And I went and sat on a bench, and I'm like, all right, you guys, I'm here. And then this energy started again, and it was coming in the top of my head. And it was so powerful. It freaked me out. And I said, stop what you're doing. And Lord Metatron came to me, and he kissed me on the forehead. And he says, don't worry about it, Tamara, just let it keep going. So I went, okay. And so then I was told that was a Lord Metatron activation. And my life changed. I mean, when I went over to England, I was in foreclosure on my home because I couldn't get it refinanced. And I had $200 in my account and no credit cards. And so here I am in England. And every time I needed money, a client would book a session with me. So I stayed in London for several weeks. And then I connected with one of my clients from California because I sent out an email on what I was doing. And he said he wanted to book a session with me. So we connected, and I ran a session with him. And then he told me he was going to Spain. And because it was, 2012, everybody thought the world was going to end, right? So he had this house in Spain off the grid system on solar, stream water coming in, everything. He had all this backup food and batteries and you name it, they had it packed in the house. So I asked him if I could go with him because I heard, ask him if you can go with him. So I asked, and so he checked with his wife and it was fine. So the next thing I know, I'm flying off to Spain to meet up with this guy at the airport that I'd only met twice before. And I ended up spending a month on this mountaintop in Spain, and it was so magical. And I kept receiving these activations. And then I found out what I was doing was sacred geometry activations. So the Lord Metatron activation, I call it Lord Metatron because Lord Metatron gave it to me. And it activates 18 strands of DNA. And it keeps working with you and opening you up. So I spent a month in Spain. I came back and stayed with this gentleman and his wife for about a month. They took me to Avebury. My first time there, I was just absolutely blown away by the energy. And then they took me to Glastonbury. And we spent the day in Glastonbury, so drawn to the town that I booked a B&B there. And I ended up staying there for 2 months. And then in July, I was freezing. So I booked a flight and I went to Italy. And I was staying in this little town on the sea. My apartment overlooked the ocean, the cliffs and everything. It was just absolutely, Italy is just so amazing. But while I was there for 3 months. I kept receiving activations, and all these different beings from other planets were coming in. Different masters were coming in, and they were giving me these activations, and they just kept changing my life. And so fast forward, how many years is this now? 14 years. I went from foreclosure of my house to living in Yucatan, Mexico, married with my house paid off, and I live beachfront. So the only thing I can say how that happened is sacred activations, because what they do is they change your subconscious belief systems. They rewire all those belief systems of sorrow, sadness, being poor, being sick, angry, fear, all of that. It erases those programs and replaces them with happy, happy, joy, joy, abundance, and health, and all of those energies and belief systems. So it keeps rewriting and keeps working with you. After you receive them, they work for days, weeks, even months to continue to upgrade your subconscious programming. And this modality blows me away. I didn't come up with this. It was given to me to share with you. That's why I have it. I think those things are in the multiverse, and whoever connects into them. I listened. I got it. I'm excited. I'm a steward of this. I'm not the creator of it. They are ancient codes, and they're here to share with you, to rewire your brain, rewire your consciousness. Because see, 95% of our lives are ran by our subconscious belief systems, and we don't even know it. So when we're on autopilot and going through our day, we're just running these programs over and over and over again until we erase them, until we change them. And then we get new upgraded programs so that life gets easier. Life is more in a flow. So that's sacred activations. And over the last 14 years, there's over 1,000 activations. We have many trainings. We have the first level training. We have master training. We have medical intuitive training. We have the multiverse training. So it just keeps expanding, and I keep getting more and more information to share with everybody. And everybody changes. There's over 2,000 practitioners worldwide. There's teachers. It's just incredible. And why would you want to do this? To help yourself. It's not have to wanting to become a practitioner, but to be able to work on yourself and to clear yourself and take control over your life, and to be able to reprogram yourself and your family and your friends. It's just really absolutely incredible and amazing. So during San Rafael, I will be running activations at the booth. We will be doing mini sessions. I have 5 of my practitioners are coming with me to support you guys in this. And in my talk, I'll be running a master class where I'll be running a bunch of activations in that event. And then again, coming by our booth, we'll be running group activations at 11, 1, 3, and 5 o'clock. I have tons of free gifts on my website that you can sign up and try sacred activations for yourself. We also have a free live call coming up on April 30th to join in to get more live activations and to check this out. We are doing an amazing offer for San Rafael where you sign up for the practitioner training and you're getting the timeline and parallel universe training completely and totally free. So I've never done that before, but we're doing this for the expo because we really want you to try this. And if you're already a practitioner of other modalities, I think you'll really find this is a really good ad. We have acupuncturists, we have doctors, we have surgeons, we have nurses, all different modalities also doing this modality with themselves and their clients. So it's really life-changing. It's really amazing. We've seen many, many miracles of healing through this. People reconnecting with family members, finding their soulmates, making tons of money, just whatever. It helps you in all areas of your life, plus activating your sacred geometry in your body, which starts to heal you instantly. And again, like I said, it continues working with you and continues shifting you and shifting your life. It's just absolutely amazing and beautiful and incredible. Sacred activations is cool. It really is. And it's ancient codes. I mean, when I first started doing this, I didn't even know what sacred geometry was, but I was seeing in the energy field how things would shift and line up. I was seeing these things line up. And a friend of mine handed me this book from Mizadak, The Flower of Life. And I opened it up to this page that had the tree of life symbol in it. And so I went, oh my God, I'm doing that. So the first 7 sacred activations that I ever received are all working to line you up and in your sacred geometry. So your intuition gets better, your life gets better, you heal instantly. And sometimes it takes a little bit, but it continues working with you. Just absolutely incredible. So that's sacred activations. I want to run some activations with you. I'm just going to take a little bit of a breath here, take a sip of my water, because I went through the whole story in what I did really good. What was it, 10 minutes? So I'm really excited to be at San Rafael and to be able to connect with everybody in person, because I do most of my stuff online. So when I get to connect with people in person, it's just absolutely beautiful. So let's run some activations. Are you ready? So we're going to be doing the Lord Metatron, which is 18 strands of DNA. And this is going to take about 3 weeks to integrate. And then I'm also going to do the Sky is Falling activation. And what this is going to do is clear out that fear, because you know how the media and everything is just, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And so it keeps us in that fear loop. So I'll be running that activation also, so that we're not looping in that fear of the sky is falling and everything's going to fall apart. Okay. And then I'll see what else comes up after that. So while I do this, I'm silent. I connect to source energy, the multiverse, oneness energy, God energy, whatever you want to call this. That's what this is. And again, it came from many different masters that gave me these activations. But it's all from source energy. So it's absolutely beautiful. Afterwards, you might feel a little tired. You might feel a little grumpy, and it might take a couple days. And then you might feel a little grumpy. And if you do, that's okay. It'll pass. So just understand that you might not feel anything at all. That's okay too. And then in like a month from now, you look back and you want, wow, life's flowing easier. So that's what to expect, okay? So just connect in. And while I'm doing this, I'm silent. This is not a guided meditation. I am silent to allow you to have your own process, okay? So just connect in. And I'm going to start with the Lord Metatron activation. Okay, I'm going to start the sky is falling activation. So many fears you have about the world ending or financial collapse or war or any of those fears about what's going on in the world, focus on that. Whatever is coming up for you, you can't do this wrong. Okay, what about anger and resentment? Think about anger and resentment. Who are you angry at? Is it you? Is it someone else? Is it God? Think about that. Okay, I was told to also do the flower of life activation. It's going to help open your heart to be able to love yourself more and be able to love other people more.
Like everything's easier when you have a sort of a partner to do things. Like I remember just living with Victoria. I liked having her as a roommate because we did certain things together. It was always more fun.
Hi, honey, you're unmuted.
Dear. How do I mute this? Don't say anything.
So we're still running the flower of life activation. Okay, so just imagine you can connect into Mother Earth. All this energy we just got let go of, we're now filling up with happiness and joy, love, abundance, health. Doesn't that feel good? So just feel that calm feeling going through every single cell of your body. Feeling that peace, love, joy, and happiness. Good, connecting into Mother Earth. Okay, the energy is now done. So, sorry, it just feels so good. I hope you're feeling that too. So what's Sacred Activations about? It's about you. It's about you living the life you desire. It's about you having a good time, because we're here on planet Earth to create, to have a good time, to enjoy ourselves. You know, this is a creative planet. That's why we are here. Nobody's a victim. Everybody chose to come here. You know, a lot of us had horrible childhoods or semi-horrible childhoods that are still controlling our lives today. So with Sacred Activations, it clears all that out so you can be the creator of your life. Well, you are the creator of your life, but this frees up all those fears and all those blocks and stuff so that you can really create what it is you desire and to be in your power. So I have about another 10 minutes. We have an event coming up. I think there's only 20 spaces left now. It's Glastonbury, England, and Stonehenge, which is the heart chakra of the world. At the beginning, I was telling you how I went to Stonehenge and I received all this information. Well, there's all these ley lines running through the area that are extremely powerful. And when you're on these ley lines and you're walking this land, your stuff's coming up, right? And it's healing your heart, it's healing your emotions, it's healing your life. And it's magical. I've gotten so many activations there. I've spent so much time in England. I used to, 2012 when I first went. And then I didn't go the next year, but 2015 I did. And then every year I went for 6 months because that's how long my visa was 6 months at a time. So every year I'd go for 6 months at a time. And then I got married, so I didn't go for 2 years. And then now I go for a month a year, and I've been doing that the last 3 years. So this year I'm doing an event. I did one last year. I will not be doing one next year, but to take you to my favorite places in the world. So we'll be going to Avebury, which is one of the first sacred sites I've ever been to. The energy there is just absolutely incredible. We'll be going there. We'll be going to Wells Cathedral and also Stratton Drew. And then we will be doing the tour, which is the 7 chakras, going up the tour. My friend Gary, who is a local there, absolute genius. He'll be giving you guys the full tour on that. We have private access to the Chalice Wells, which is another extremely amazing, powerful place. And then on Friday night, we have private access to Stonehenge, just our group. And we're the last group through. And it's so powerful. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we're doing an event where we're receiving all these ancient codes. There'll be new codes and information's coming in. We have sound baths. It's just incredible, amazing. Glastonbury Abbey. I mean, this is the heart chakra of the world. And right now, the third eye chakra moves around, and right now it's also there. It's also on those ley lines. So what I really think of that is we have the heart chakra and we have the third eye chakra that are lined up. I mean, come on, that really activates your heart and being able to see through your third eye with love. It's so powerful and so incredible and so amazing. I have a video on my website that talks about this, and you can hear from people that went last year. It's life-changing. They're not the same person they were that went. And a lot of the people last year are also signed up this year. So I'm very excited to see them again. Very excited to meet you there. Again, the show, if you're coming to San Rafael, make sure and come by my booth 22. My talk, I'm in the Manzanilla room, and I think I'm at 2:30. I'm not sure. You'll have to check out my booth or the pamphlet or whatever to find out what time I'm talking. I'll be running a master class, be doing activations, what works with the group that's there. I'm a galactic channel or a multiverse channel, whatever you want to talk about or say or call it. I don't know. But so I'll be channeling in information and codes and life-changing subconscious programs to support you. That's what I'm all about. I mean, absolutely, we do all kinds of high frequency activations, but we also do a lot of work through the childhood, through the inner child, through, the relationships with family and soulmate relationships, money relationships. So it's all about you, and it's all about supporting you to live the life you desire. And again, if you want to become a practitioner just to support yourself and your family, or you want to add it to your toolbox, you don't have to be a skilled healer in order to do this. It's very simple. We have people that have never done any healing before. They come to class, you get the golden seals. So when you receive the golden seals, all you have to do is say the name of the activation and it'll start running for you. Or the person you're focusing on. You can do it online. You can do it in person. It doesn't matter. And it's life-changing. So make sure you join that call. Make sure you join my website. Try out more of these sacred activations. My website is tamaraoviatt.com. Sign up for the free gift. We have 5 free activations for you. And then we'll send you information about the free call to join in that, to learn more about it, ask questions, find out from some of the practitioners. I was talking to one of the medical intuitive practitioners the other day, and she's a caregiver. And one of her patients had like big lumps on the bottom of her feet. So she's working on the left foot one, and she's working on it. She's like, well, why can't I just pull it out? So she pulls this out, right? And she checks, the lump's gone. So she thought it was a little weird. She wasn't sure what she was doing. She wasn't trusting it. So the next time she saw her, she worked on her right foot and she checked the left foot, completely gone. Worked on the right foot and that completely disappeared too. I think she said it was really, really tiny last she checked. And so you're magical. And we're going to give you these activations to support you, to work on yourself and others, to help people, to be in their power, to heal. I mean, we do psychic surgery. The Octarians come in and give us the codes for the laser blue light. You can use that for healing. Just everything about it is absolutely incredible. And then the Timeline and Parallel Universe class, we're offering you for free, which I've never done before. I'll never do it again. This is just a special for this event. As a matter of fact, when I was telling my practitioners about it, were coming to support me, I told them what we're offering. All of them went, because our pricing is already such a great price. So to give you one of these free is just incredible. In the Timeline class, what you do is running it with the sacred activations energy. You go back into past lives, and instead of just clearing something in a past life, we pull the whole life program. Yes, the whole life program. And then we install the alternative life. And if there's not an alternative life, if you didn't split off and have two different experiences, then we install happiness and joy. And it changes your whole timeline. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. And then we go into your future timeline and shift you there. We pull things out that maybe you have that are going to be affecting you in the future. We pull that out of your timeline, and then we put in experiences you want. Why? Because we're like computers. We run on programs. So sacred activations replaces these programs. And yes, you can do that. Yes, you can pull a whole past life. Yes, you can pull a future life or something that's going to happen in your future. Pull it out so you don't have to experience it, because we put these things in our energy field and our timelines, not even knowing what we're doing, especially from 0 to 7 when we're in theta brainwaves all the time. So we get programmed with all of this stuff, all these belief systems. And then, at 50 or at 60, this is going to happen, or at 70, this is going to happen. And then boom, at 60, 50, 70, boom, that stuff starts happening. Well, you don't have to have those experiences, whatever you put there. You can change the program so they don't happen or don't have to happen. And you can put in experiences you want to have happen. I'm telling you, it's life-changing. It really is. It supports you in whatever you're doing in life. If you're a stay-at-home mom, if you're a grandma, if you're a doctor or other modalities, I really think you'll find that you're really going to love sacred activations and adding it into whatever you do. So I'm used to having people in here so I can see your faces and ask you questions. It's kind of weird just talking to a screen.
Oh, sorry about that. Thanks so much for anything. So you gave your website, right?
Yes, tamaroviet.com.
And are you also talking a little bit about what you're doing at the New Living Expo?
Yes. Running activations.
Running activation. What do you have your times you're talking so people know when to find you?
I'm in the Manzanilla room. I've had a couple different times. I think it's now 2:30. I'm not really sure. But
okay, you're going to be there all weekend though, right?
I'm on Saturday, and it's 1:30 or 2:30. The time changed. Honestly, I don't remember which one it is. I get confused on that stuff, but come by our booth 22 and we'll be able to tell you. We have the magic tree there for you, which is a painting I did, and they told me to call it the magic tree, and it helps you manifest. So we'll have a postcard for you with the magic tree on it. Definitely come by our booth. Come by our booth. You could do some mini sessions with the practitioners. We'll also be running group sessions at the booth so that we can support you if you miss my talk.
Great. Well, thanks so much. Where are you based out of generally?
Well, I work online, but I live in Yucatan, Mexico.
All right, Yucatan. You live
Yeah.
in Tulum area?
No, Chalem. It's about 5 hours from Tulum. We're by Merida is our local airport and city.
Oh, I see. Have you been to Uxmal there?
Oh, yeah.
So how influenced were you by the Mayans' energies in that area?
It's incredible. It's really, really amazing. I mean, where I live, it's cenotes everywhere. So the water and the power and the energy there is absolutely just amazing. I'm about 2 hours from Chichen Itza, and Oxmal is about
You ever
2
been to
hours
Chichen Itza?
also.
Have you been at Chichen Itza during the spring equinox?
No, I have not.
When the sun, oh, well, don't go on the equinox because it's like a packed in, but if you go a day before the spring equinox or a day after, you can see, or a few days after, you could see the dragon descending
Yeah.
into the earth as the sun is setting. And when
Yeah, I
was
want to do
there,
that
it
in
was like,
November.
well, it only happens on the spring equinox with the flock.
I thought it also happens on the fall.
Well,
I think it's spring
maybe
and fall, twice a year.
really it does
Yeah.
happen in the fall because
Yeah.
maybe I've only been there in the spring, but it is dramatic to see, especially at sunset, to see the body of the serpent descending into the earth.
Yeah, you got to see that, huh?
You do. You get to see that action. And when I was there, it was partly cloudy, so it looked like a stop motion movie of the shadow descending down into
Wow. Incredible. So where are you driving? You're in the back of a car running a webinar.
this Russell Targ birthday party. Do you know who Russell Targ is?
No.
Russell Targ is one of the founders of the remote viewing program at the Stanford Research Institute.
Nice.
And you know what remote viewing is, right?
Oh, yeah. I do remote viewing.
Well, Russell and Hal Puthoff and Ingo Swann started that program in 1971, I think, for Stanford Research Institute. And he taught me remote viewing. I've been traveling around the world teaching that. I'm going to be doing some of that if people are listening at the New Living Expo. I'm also talking with the Hertogs about UFOs and some of their work in mind dynamics. And you know who the Hertogs are, JJ and Desiree
Yeah.
Hertog?
Yeah, I know who they are. I look forward to seeing them.
Well, they're going to be a big presence here at this conference, and
Yeah.
so we do some talks together. We're doing some talks at the Psi Games. Have you heard of the Psi Games?
No.
Psi Games are these friendly competitions of different psychic activities like remote viewing, like telekinesis, telepathy, mind sight. And so we're going to do this big kind of gathering in Charlotte, North Carolina. And then we're also going to be at the Contact in the Desert, which is a really, really excellent conference. So I was just waiting for Maria to show up, but thank you for
Thank you for everything. I'm so excited to meet everybody and experience the expo. I haven't done an expo since 2018. I did LA and I did Vegas and I've done Colorado, and then I was just so busy I wasn't doing them. And so I'm just so excited to meet everybody and to give everybody hugs.
Well, what made you want to do this one?
Neil.
Oh, where'd you know Neil from?
I don't. I saw him online, and I said I want to do the Glastonbury Expo, and so I'll be speaking there in August. And I just liked him so much. That's why I'm doing it, is because I wasn't really thrilled about doing expos. I did some, and it's like I don't want to just travel around and do that. So I teach online from wherever I am. I was actually a nomad for 2 years. living in different areas and just working online.
Oh,
So, but I just like Neil so much. I just thought he was a really cool, amazing person so I wanted to do this expo, and I'm so glad I'm doing it. I'm so excited to do this.
oh, well, good. I'm really glad you're going to be there. This next guest, Marie, was just on, and now she's disappeared. So I wonder where.
You can keep talking to me until she shows up.
I will keep talking to you because I'll put you on so I can call Neil and see where she is. But I think you gave a little background about who you are, but what's your big vision for the future and your work? Just tell me that.
Life, it's just going to get better and better and better. Don't listen to any of the fear stuff out there for the future. We are the creators of this world. We are changing the collective consciousness of this world, because really it's just a matrix. It's a big bubble of information being thrown at you, right? And so, but we're unplugging from all those fears now, and we're plugging into the love. And what happens with that, it starts changing the whole collective consciousness. So what's my vision about the world? Love, baby, love. Heaven on earth, all those amazing energies. There's so many of us powerful healers here. Yes, I'm talking to you about you because you are a powerful healer, and you do affect the whole collective consciousness no matter what you're thinking about. So if you're thinking about love, peace, joy, happiness, abundance for all, it's supporting that creation and it's spreading. I'm sure you guys can feel the difference, and you're not getting caught up in the media spin out anymore, and you're knowing we're getting peace, love, joy, and happiness. And it supports the whole collective consciousness. And before we know it, we've replaced that collective consciousness, and that fear-based reality is gone. It just dissolves because nobody's supporting it anymore. And it's replaced with a love-based collective consciousness. So everything becomes love. It becomes health. It becomes excitement. It changes everything. And we're all part of that. So just keep doing what you're doing, because every person that works on themselves and changes their lives, they change the life for everyone. And anytime you're doing this work, you're affecting everyone around you. So, like when my husband and I first got together, we were, trying to figure it all out. And instead of me going, oh, he needs to do this and this and this, I went, oh, I need to do this and this and this. So anytime I was frustrated, I would work on myself, and then he would change the way he was acting. So because everybody's your mirror, everybody's showing you belief systems you have. So instead of blaming them or being a victim to it, you work on yourself, and then that behavior changes. It's truly incredible and remarkable and amazing. So what do I think about the future? I think peace, love, joy, and happiness, baby.
But we're really in a difficult place now as a planet. I mean, there's wars, there's some awful things happening. How do you deal with that? Of course, it's great to have peace, love, but we have to deal with the reality that's happening. So
the reality of it is, it's just a freaking video game to keep you spun out and out of your power. If you're focused on war, you're focused on the fear of the future, you're spun out and you're not in your power and you're not creating. It's just a video game. It's just a movie. That's all it is. Don't get sucked into it. I don't get sucked into it. It doesn't,
it's affecting us. Isn't it affecting us? Our economy, the money,
well, that's what they're telling you it's doing. That's why they're trying to keep you in fear. It's just a spin out movie of the Matrix. That's all it is. It's just a movie. It's just the Matrix. That's all it is. Look beyond it.
True.
See beyond it. Don't get caught up in it. And the more you let it go, the faster it dissolves. And the where we're at and the power we're in right now, they're throwing everything they can at us.
Right. If we don't listen to the news, everything's fine in this moment. It really, really is.
And you only have this moment.
Right. All right, wait. Just talk for a few more minutes. I just ask Neo what's going on with this next guest.
Okay, so let me see what else we can talk about. When you're afraid of what's going on in the world, it runs your life. It runs you in fear and sorrow and sadness. And if you're watching the news or reading the news, it spins you out. I don't care what side of politics you're on. It's all about fear. It's all about fear. You know, I had someone tell me, well, Social Security isn't going to be there for us in the future. I've been hearing that my whole life. And well, they have it in writing now. Okay. So it's just these programs that keep going and going and going. It's just the same thing. And when you look at it and see it repeating and repeating, it's the same thing. And it's to keep you in fear. It's to keep you spinning out. And when you're in fear and spinning out, you know, that energy of the matrix lives off of your fear. It lives off of your sorrow, your sadness, your anger. That's what feeds it. And when you stop giving your energy away like that, it's no longer supported and it collapses because it can't be supported that way. I don't hear you.
I think you hear me now?
Yes.
I think Maria Martinez is in the room. There you are, Maria.
There she is. Hi, Maria Martinez. Have a great show. Thank you, honey. I look forward to meeting you next week.
Thanks for hanging in there until Maria showed up. I mean,
absolutely. That was fun.
It was
Thank
fun.
you so much.
Great to get to know you a little better as well.
So, yeah, I look forward to meeting you.
Yes. All right. Talk to you. See you this weekend.
All right. Have fun, you guys.
Thank you.
Yes. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Ellen. How are you?
Good. I think I introduced you to this event a few years ago, right?
Yes, I believe so.
The New Living Expo. You're going to be doing healings there and activations. I have to say, you are a great healer. You really helped me with some old stuck energies, and you got to the root of the problem, helped me clear it. So what are you going to be doing at the New Living Expo this weekend?
So I'll be doing some of that as well. I'll have sessions at the booth. We'll do sessions, different types of sessions, but DNA activation, clearing old karma. We'll also do bringing everybody into their divine blueprint, activating the divine blueprint, running the codex, their own personal codex. And then I'll have the talk. So actually I have two talks. One of them is exactly what I was talking about, stepping into the divine blueprint, really knowing your divine blueprint and recognizing your own codes and learning to activate them and stepping into that cosmic sovereignty and authority by releasing everything else that is not yours, and also collapsing timelines and moving into the timeline of creation, your own master creation. So that's the lecture. And then the workshop is wealth consciousness, which is also going to be activating your wealth codes for higher level manifestation, removing all set points, all money blocks, recreating and embodying a new wealth identity, new level of consciousness that is sustainable, moving you into certainty and expectancy of everything that you're bringing in.
Great. So do you want to lead us through some exercise? You have something planned for right now? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. I always like to play. So I always like to give to everybody.
All right. Take it away. I think you're a fantastic healer, a great human being, a good mother. And,
thank you. Yeah, I always bring my kids and they help me out.
I know they're very cute and they're learning. And so please just share with the audience, whatever, bring them through some exercise, activate their ancient codes of wisdom, and look forward to seeing you next weekend. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
I did too. Thank you. Well, I'd like to do a little bit of a combination of stepping into your divine blueprint and also bringing in wealth and prosperity. What's important for everyone to do, and I know we're all doing it at different levels, is to always lean into that divine yes. Have a very strong foundation that moves you more into that powerful manifestation. And I'll talk a little bit about what that foundation is. And actually, everybody really knows what that foundation is, but it's how we practice it and how we embody it. The foundation that I'm referring to is at the lower levels of consciousness. So the lower levels of consciousness, or the parts of you that play in the lower levels of consciousness, that can also really propel you to the higher levels of consciousness, or the mental body, emotional body. And if we break those down, then you have the ego, you have the inner child, and you have the part of you that plays the victim. And as we work through our trauma and as we heal ourselves, we're moving into a new powerful identity of being more than enough and believing that everything is possible for us. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the things that I have some of my clients work with at the sort of at the baseline, that later it's really easy to integrate. And even though it sounds very easy and very basic, it's actually very, very powerful. So the first one is I love myself. Second one is I accept myself. Third is I forgive myself. Fourth is I believe in myself. Fifth, I trust myself. I am worthy, number 6. So worthy and value are kind of coupled together. I'm worthy and I am deserving, that's number 7. And then that sort of culminates into I am enough. And the reason that these are important, one, because it helps you rebuild, recreate, redesign that identity, moving you from the 3D all the way up to the 12D and beyond. It helps us move into the alignment and close the gap of separation that was created when we were either moved away, or we were programmed, or we were influenced, or we were manipulated to separate from our true, authentic core star. So I want everybody just to begin to integrate these as a frequency. So think about it as I am. Yeah, so I am, so I accept myself. So we want to move into the I am of everything that is already truth. So I accept myself. I believe in myself. I trust myself. So think about them as a frequency. So I can already see, because every time, we get into the sacred space, I start bringing in codes, and I create the space for everybody to start opening up and reintegrating your truth. So I can already see sort of these little strings of light coming in as you are stepping into your mastery of creation, or the creation that you are. And as we say, I am, or I accept myself, I believe in myself, we're speaking creation into being. So that's why I said, let's step into our divine yes, or it's really important to lean into that. When we lean into the divine yes, we're already moving away from every other possibility and moving into, this is the only possibility that I am right now. I am my divine yes, which means I am the divine within me. I am source creation within me. So again, take a deep breath, and let's expand the space even more now that we know what we're doing. And as you breathe into the field of creation, as you expand your own sacred space, as you lean into your divine yes, as you expand your heart space, and as you bring each of these statements, not just as an affirmation, not just as a decree, not just a confirmation, you bring it in as a frequency. I love myself. And then feel the frequency coming and expanding through your field. I accept myself. I forgive myself. I believe in myself. I trust myself. I am worthy. And then feel now when you say I am worthy, because you worked on the other frequencies coming in, it's actually a lot easier to sustain I am worthy. And it feels like it starts from the heart out versus coming in and out. I am deserving. Now feel the expansion of your heart. I am worthy. I am deserving. Now take a deep breath. Lean into that alignment. I am enough. So now here we're addressing your multidimensional bodies. We're addressing your mental, your emotional, your energetic, and we're moving into soul, spirit, light body, plasmic body. So now that you have sort of these parts of you awakened and all in, they're all in now. Now we're going to start working on the higher bodies. Go ahead and take a deep breath. And again, continuously see yourself expanding your space. Begin to come into that surrender, that stillness within you. So you went from thinking about, stating it, embodying it. Now you're moving into being. So you're now believing and you're trusting. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. And again, we're moving from the space, any other possibility. We're only holding the highest possibility of creation of I am. One more deep breath. Now, if you're coming in and you had some ailments, whether it was pain, any level of pain, you can even check in your level of pain right now, 0 to 10. What is that? Other symptoms that you were holding? We're going to dissolve the majority of that. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Again, we're holding sacred space and expanding sacred space. So see it the way I see it and the way it's been shown to me. It's like there's an expansion and then there's an expansion and then there's an expansion. So you're expanding into the new and then you expand into the next you and then you expand into the next you and then you expand into the next you. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. And one more deep breath. And language is going to come in because I can feel it already moving through the space. Light language, especially since we're working with frequency. One more deep breath. So what we're doing is everywhere we're not aligned with having more, being more, stepping into a higher timeline, stepping into a higher level of beingness and expansion. We're working through that, pulling that out. So a lot of tightness in the throat, which is where we're working through. I want you to hold the highest intention in the moment. So you have, this is Saturday afternoon. This is the weekend. What would you like to have? What would you like to create? If you had a magic wand and you were going to, swing and snap it around, what would that be for you? What would be the highest possibility that you could bring in today? And it could be manifestation. You can be manifesting, let's say, money for travel, a vacation place, a new possibility, opportunity. So again, when we play in this field of infinite possibility, infinite creation, and we move into all higher level
Not bad at all.
It looks like we're back. Sometimes that happens when we're playing in the high frequencies. So welcome back, everyone. Yay. Amazing. Okay. Well, let's continue to play. Let's continue to move into the field. Right before I think we were bringing in the magic, I was asking all of you to think about the highest vision that you wanted to create, the highest vision that you wanted to bring in. So if you've thought about that already, hold it in your space. If you're still thinking about it, go ahead and bring it in. And so we're bringing in manifestation, creation, and embodiment in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So I like for everybody to come back into the space from wherever you went, wherever this took you, come back into the space, come back into the stillness, come back into the sacred space, come back into the celebration of creation, because that's what we're doing. We're going to create. And as you come back into the space, one more deep breath. And let's come into that stillness within ourselves. And that stillness is the mastery. So let's see. Let me know if my sound is okay. I don't think I have a lot of options here, but go ahead and take one more deep breath. And one more deep breath. I'm going to raise my volume a little bit. All right. So we were building that foundation. We were bringing frequencies of creation, of possibility. We were expanding into the field of infinite possibility and infinite probability. And what that means is we're moving into the expectancy. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Beautiful. Okay. Loving it. Feel free to put down in the chat everything that you want to create. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Again, we're moving you from this possibility, this timeline, to the new probability, new possibility, new level of creation. We're going to collapse some timelines. Okay, go ahead and take one more deep breath. So I'm seeing everything as it's happening, and I'm also hearing a lot of the information coming through. So what I'm noticing right now for everybody, you have everything that you're playing in, which is the timeline that you're in, and then everything that you're bringing up, and that's sort of over here. It's like coming in because we're moving into that timeline. And what we want to do is we want to lean further into the I am already. One more deep breath. And I'm going to go ahead and open up your timelines and lifetimes. And we're going to get to the roots. So we're going to release the places where you didn't believe that this could happen to you, or you didn't believe, or you didn't give yourself permission, or you felt you needed permission from others in order to step into havingness and having it all. One more deep breath. Get out Satyaji Nanhanakia Kuruka Mahanakatsuashia Sahirazia Haraka Karatsatusha Yoromahuna Yutut Sutoshi Taranatsati Hahakia Keratsia Rotso Soroman Yuna Yuturu Kukuratsi Tajiana Yete Hu Kare Hetsete Mahanakatsia Tireke. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Earlier I picked up the energy in the throat, and that is the I don't believe is possible for me. And that is I speak the words, but I'm not in alignment with them. Or I'm saying it, but I don't believe it. So we want to get in alignment with your authority, with the power of your word. Again, your powers are creation. You're speaking creation into being. So go ahead and take one more deep breath. Yeah. So as I'm calling this out, I can see where in the throat, the back of the throat, the access port or the occiput, where this is held. And I can see for some of you also in the pineal gland and pituitary gland. So I open up your timeline. Some of your timelines are connected to your throat. Some of your timelines are connected to your heart space, which means some of the trauma is connected to these areas. Some of the places where you said yes and you started stepping out to your full expression, where you were sabotaged or you were powered down or overpowered or your power was taken away. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Iratsia tiranaya tiratsara kaha katsarama una yotorutsu. Shiitsa titarama ujo durukosha hanaya mauna yotoru yasita. Hia usahi karamatsatara kukuruma yeteretsete. Shuta siete shetira kamano yotorutsuruku yeteretse. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Again, we want to continue to open up in order to hold the new frequency, the new identity, the new beingness, the new reality of what you're bringing in. So if you didn't play in the what am I bringing in, go ahead and do it now. You can feel yourself moving into that space. So basically we're deleting and creating, emptying out everything that is not in alignment. We're clearing, healing parts of you that were stuck in the old trauma and the old cycles and the old patterns. And we're uprooting the old karmic cycles that kept you in not enough, that kept you in self-sabotage, that kept you in poverty consciousness, that kept you, I cannot be magical, I cannot be supernatural, I cannot be the authentic being that I am, I cannot be the starseed that I am. So again, moving you out of the spiral that you went into after the separation and moving you back into the totality of who you are. Yautsa kia mana suti shahirat satarana ye etsere ukayukuro kutsa mauna yoto. Ume ina itsati shakera tsara kahari nigetetsete saut asit asat ukasha sana ye ujayetera katsaraka. What else are you creating? Go ahead and put it in the chat. The more you declare it, the more transparent you are with it, the more you're determined you are with it. The more the universe listens, you take action, the universe will respond in turn. Now I hear some questions coming up of, I want to create something, I have a service or I have a mission, I have a transmission that I want to bring to the world, and through that transmission, I would design and create my life. And then there's a part of that we're working on, which is the self-actualization, which is the alignment, which is in the embodiment, which is you expanding and calling in, aligning with the higher self. That a lot of times we think we could hold on that, or if we just focus on service, the other stuff will take care of itself. But it doesn't always happen that way, because you just focus on service and you're not focused on serving you as well as the creator that you are. Then what will happen is that you begin to overgive and or prove yourself or work so hard, put a little effort forward, because you're not holding your value. So we want to hold the value though, and we want to live in the space of worthiness and deservingness. And as we live in that space of worthiness and servants, we're moving ourselves into expectancy. I expect this to happen. I expect my reality, everything I am manifesting to happen. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. So we're going to tap into the value, and the value is important both for you to become the supernatural being that you are, the divine essence, the divine human that you are, and also for you to really activate the power of manifestation within you, as well as bring your technology online. So I want you to feel into your worth, your worthiness, your deservingness. So when I ask that of you, some of you are right going into that place. And some of you are kind of tracking along like, oh, okay, let me do that. And some of you are resisting. So go ahead and feel into yourself. Am I resisting? Did I jump right into my worthiness and deservingness and value? Or am I kind of moving through the pace one step at a time? If you're not jumping in right away, you haven't forgiven yourself. You're still judging yourself. You still don't believe that you're enough. You don't believe that you deserve this or you can have this. You don't trust yourself. So go ahead and take one more deep breath and just feel into yourself and look at what areas, where in your life you don't believe, you don't trust, you haven't forgiven yourself, you haven't accepted yourself, you don't see the value in who you are, and you haven't decided I am completely and totally good enough. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. One more deep breath. I can also hear some of the questions that are coming up in the group of, well, I just want to activate my codex. Well, to activate your codex is to know that you are worthy and deserving. You get to see yourself as the highest vibration, highest identity of who you are, because that facilitates, that makes it really easy for you to turn on your technology. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. The other questions that are coming up from the group are, I don't want to focus on that. I've already focused enough on that. I just want to be in the higher realms. Well, you're multidimensional. You're mental, emotional, physical, energetic, spiritual, soul, plasmic, light body, and so many more bodies. If you deny yourself, you're actually rejecting yourself. If you deny spending time in the lower bodies, like the inner child, the victim, the ego, any aspect of your lower body, you're rejecting yourself. So you're putting that part on hold. So what you're doing is you're creating an anchor, or you're creating a block for yourself. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. We're going to do this with love. There's no judgment. Where you are is where you are. And I want you to notice, this is where I am and this is where I want to be. So if you're saying, I want to be in a place of complete joy, complete fulfillment, complete happiness, fully express, completely in my mission, expressing my mission, serving many or serving millions. If that's what your desire is, but right now you are where you are, notice which parts of you are either standing still, they're saying, I'm not ready for that yet, or I don't want to go there, or they're saying, I can't do that. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. And some of these parts are from this lifetime, some of them from other lifetimes. But what we want to recognize is every part of ourselves that is sort of creating a trigger for us, a resistance or a block. And we want to, with love and compassion, bring them into the now, elevate their consciousness to infinite possibility, I am creation, have them connect to the source, your core star, and have them recalibrate, be reset, be reactivated into the truth of who you are. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. So now we're not rejecting any part of ourselves. We're just recognizing, there's a little part of it over here that still feels not good enough. There's a part over here that still feels unworthy or hasn't forgiven themselves. It's just where we are and the parts of us that we're working through. So now we're bringing every part of ourselves with us instead of trying to reach and be the channel without addressing the other parts of us so that we can sustain the channel. And not only that, so we can open up the field, open up to multi-dimensions and multi-possibilities, access all probabilities of who we are. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. And one more deep breath. Okay, so I'm checking all of you as a group, but I'm also seeing individual people in the group. I can see the throat being blocked. That seems to be sort of the common thing for the group, the throat being blocked. For some of you, it's the top of the head, so your crown, but it's mainly your channel. The heart space is mostly open. There's some debris in the front toward the front of the heart space. The power center, for some of you, it feels like you're really, really using your power center. For some of you, it feels like you can lean and be more in the power center. So that's your fire. That's your tenacity. That's your drive. That's your determination. That's your resolve. That's the ferocity within you. That's the seed of your spirit. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. So you want to embrace that power that you have there. When I look at the sacral and the root, the majority of you are out of the sacral and the root. The lower chakras are the bridge to the 3D. So a lot of times it's easier for many of us to be in the higher, in meditation, connect to the light, be up here. but we also want to bridge it down. That's the manifestation. So we want to know all the possibilities that are available to us, but we want to bring them into this reality so that we can live our fulfilled life as contributors, as way showers, as leaders, as flame holders, as facilitators, as visionaries, in service, as awakeners to humanity and to Mother Earth. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. So we're going to start bringing all the light through, all the way down, 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 down. Okay, go ahead and take one more deep breath. And as we're bringing the light down, I'm just going to clear all these places within you that feel either a little bit off, that feel there's particles there, that feel distorted, that feel empty. For some of you, feel certain parts feel empty. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. We're going to clear things out of the way. Now, we're doing this because one, we want to be present. We want to be the authority in our life. And two, we want to bridge the 5D and above with the 3D, because this is where we live, right? We're here and we want to make the best of it while we're here. We want to leave here, or we want to leave Earth better than we found it. Okay, go ahead and take one more deep breath. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. And I want you to start. If you haven't done so already, say yes, 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 I am. I am the divine within me. I am the source, the fountain. I am the core star. I am the great central sun within me. I am the divine within me. I am totality within me. I am creation. I am creator. I am cosmic. I am sovereign. I am sovereignty. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. And everything else that is suffering, everything else that is delay, everything else that is effort, everything else that is pain, everything else that is survival, everything is that it's, takes time. Let's go ahead and delete and then create that from your field. Delete it and create that from your field. So as we're deleting and create that, I can see some of you really going up into the next timeline. So as soon as you integrated that, and this is what we want to do. Instead of thinking about what's coming in, instead of thinking about how we're processing that, let's just move into the divine within ourselves and be that channel for ourselves and accept the programming right away. Go ahead and take one more dip. We're going to we're going to delete and then create a delay. We're going to delete and create having time to integrate it, or needing time to integrate. We actually don't need to delay anything. We can just say, I receive it now, I allow it now. And when we do that, we expand our capacity to hold that next level of who we are. Go ahead. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm seeing all these higher versions of yourself connecting with many of you. etcétera, karamanayo o tsatu shahani nayita hamatara taratara karakasara nayetetsu sohurukuma teretse uraluraniati aru hariaria tatsari ake okuruma maunano yotoro tsoto jokoro satisha tisataranaye. Oh, beautiful. I can see you harnessing the highest versions of yourself. I can see many of you just open a divine channel and saying, yeah, that's right. I can have it now. I can have it now. I can have it now. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Go ahead and lean into that. I can have it now. I am that now. And go ahead and expand your capacity, expand your container, expand yourself into the light. Yautsa teraki mahanakat satuja. Yatera ujeneyite kekere meheneke. Sahuta shetita ratere shetere kitsiete juriti utsatu. Yoro oro satu darayatera satuja karamanana satushi ikeyi. Ha ha tere et satu mahanaka outsa I areneyete tsitesha I saha mahanaka. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. Again, I can see a lot of you saying, yes, yes, yes. Me too, me too, me too. I can have that now. It is my choice. I can decide that now. There is no waiting. There is no delay. I can reprogram that into my mind, into my multidimensional bodies, into my field, into my divine blueprint. Oh, beautiful. So many of you are opening up your access portal. For some of you, it was blocked. For some of you, had debris. For some of you, it almost feels like you weren't fully using it to its potential. And I can see many of you beginning to access your portal. Now, mauna yotoro tsotuja kya tsituja, mauna yotoro tsorokuna getetsete keke ute, yaro o horuma hanaka haratsa teshe utatsiti, sarinene kya hu, mahana yetetsete a nasita su Yaromai Sahina Nai Haro Sotojodo Meruta Tsuraka. So with the light language is coming into you. Think about it as peeling off the layers. So the minute you said yes, there's a layer pulled. And then the more you keep leaning in and you say, yes, that's your internal divine. Yes, I am the totality. I am the divine being. I am the divine channel within me. I am creation within me. My words speak creation into being, and you're moving into that alignment, and you're affirming that, and you're reclaiming that. The codes are coming in and just they're pulling what used to be the old programming, the illusions that were created on you, the stories that were created around you, everything that was a block, a barrier, a limitation, or a set point. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Kelmahu tiasita si ahaya tiara mauna yetet sete je keketsatu sahatiera mana yotoro kohorot satu jana yetet sehi sa mauna yotera tsera kekaratsara kana yetara satu sa wokia kekene yetet sete jiu. One more deep breath. One more deep breath. Feel yourself expanded and elevated. You may even feel yourself as the plasmic being that you are, surrounded by this beautiful alkaline energy all around you. Now, all of you are in a different place right now. And as you're moving up into timelines, we're moving up into a new level of who you are. You're embodying a new level of frequency, and we're collapsing old. Some of you are still moving. Some of you are there, and we want to stabilize that. But what I'm also noticing are things that are getting activated. So when you move from here to here, everything in between gets activated, and some of those are entities. So I see some watchers around, some of the fallen shadow energies, the shadow dancers, even some insectoid beast machine, and a couple of reptilians, grays around. So we're going to go ahead and clear the space so that you may stabilize a new frequency that you're in. And this is your choice. You know, we facilitate, and it's your choice to grab it and harness it and own it. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. I'm calling in the luminous beings of light, the elite strike team, to come in and clear the space. Okay, so for some of you, you have, it almost looks like a collar to your throat. And especially when it comes to you doing something that is different. So you're breaking from the old rules that were set up for you. So there's, as soon as you started breaking away, the yank on the collar, meaning like stay in line, stay where you are. For some of you, it actually feels like binding. You're surrounded by four walls that are sort of transparent. So it's like sort of an invisible box that you've been in. And as you try to move out there, you kind of hit against it. We want to completely take it down and remove any other level of set points, any other anchor, and anything else that is binding you from accessing your full potential. And so as we're removing the binds, what we're also doing is it's actually awakening your divine blueprint when we remove the binds, meaning your access. So your divine blueprint is your divine blueprint. It's never changing. However, when you start recognizing, I am a living intelligence. My field is a living intelligence. What I imagine, what I choose, what I intend, what I expect becomes my reality. You begin to tap into the wisdom, you begin to tap into the codes of creation that are already within you and part of your field. So this is where this domination, suppression, control gets activated, because you're moving out of the rules that were set upon you. So you're moving out of slavery, you're moving out of being siphoned, you're moving out of mind control, you're moving out of manipulation, you're moving out of deception into I am the authority, I am creation, I am sovereignty, I am the authority within my life. Yoru atira katsara harakara katsara mana yesuduru koshi ikatsi. Hahana yetera satusha mauna yetera katsutara ka ikaye. Hem hana hatsutara yeshite sita shinama. U atia tira katsatashia kia kamauna yototsu to shetira neyete. Asea tera shahara katsete jeneme utayotsuto uka ika. Hem hene ketetsatara. One more deep breath. We're just creating this space, breaking through, removing all layers of limitations, set points around you, so you can fully access your full potential, so you can fully access the living library, living intelligence, the codex within you, your divine intelligence, your infinite potentiality and infinite probability, and move into the level of flow and expectancy. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Okay, yeah. So I see a lot of you changing in the field. There's still a few of you that feel that you have that sort of that collar on you. So I'm just going to go find the root of that. Yautsati kekeranatsa urela kashana yete keketse hi eljoi ikashana yatorotsutusu. Siamakura tsara kara tsara na yateratsa. We're grabbing all of that, bringing it into the spiritual courts and creating all of that. Kyorotsine nensetiti amsutar itasa. Yatsati yakyakura. Mahuratsati. Shaniati ratsutara kahara. And just feel yourself surrounded by the luminous beings of light, that elite strike team. Osaniyatira kyakaratsara kakara. They're coming in, searching, discovering, and doing extractions from your field. Mautsiti shake kinetseta shura mayotorotsu ayayatsata. Yananatsata de yakeketsamana yotusu huruku yetiana ye hahatatsatu jamana katsarakara. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. Run the field and go ahead and move into running their crystal codex. That's a liquid, just liquid field of infinite possibility, but it looks like liquid light coming in. The crystal river spiral. Hiamauro, Horoku, Hare Setesha, Ekasha Nayatu, Ekasha Tiraka, Nekasha Nedete, Sita, Ekasha Kahmana Yutu Sahyadene Shetireke. Again, allow it to move through. So we're recoding, repatterning, reconfiguring, recalibrating. Sanuna Yita Nahana Ket Seteshe, Kekatsuta, Shuturutsu, Tushenaka, all the way through, down to the cellular level, down to the DNA level. And we want to move it through, all the way through your feet. Remember, we want you to be fully embodied to create that bridge of I am here, I am here, I am here. I am the master creator of my destiny. I am the architect of my life. And for you to have that direct bridge to source, to your core star, to your eternal flame, to your sacred sun. And as the crystal river spiral is coming in, feel the expansion of the light in the center of the head. Feel the expansion of the light in the throat. Feel the expansion of the light in the heart space. Feel the expansion of the light in the power center. Feel the expansion of the light in your sacral area. Feel the expansion of the light in your root chakra. Go ahead and take one more deep breath and allow it all to move through, all the way through, all the way through, all the way through, all the way through, moving down through your hips, through your legs, down to your feet, and then down to Mother Earth. And go ahead and feel the expansion beyond your fingertips as you extend them out. Yeah, so all of you have expanded your field, have elevated. Many of you are either there or just about there in what you were bringing in. And again, the practice is I create my reality in holding the higher version of you, that higher identity that already knows I deserve this. Of course, I deserve it. I am creation itself. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. And it's not about, it's not ego, and it's not arrogance. Is knowing who you are and saying, of course, I'm absolute. This is who I truly am. And honoring that aspect of yourself. One more deep breath. Yatsita Hiha Umaki Isatu Ureleke Nasatusha Ekashana Yama Uka Niuru Tusu Hurikema Unayetia Kekinaya. Go ahead and take one more deep breath. No. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Lots of energy moving, lots of all these frequencies that we're bringing in, they kind of look like fireworks all around you. Lots is being reintegrated. Again, we're recalibrating, upgrading, reconfiguring, awakening. So lots of movement around your field. So all you have to do is just say yes. This is who I truly am. I accept it. I call it in. I reclaim it. I allow it. I receive it. I am more than enough. I have the capacity. And then hold the space of infinite possibility within you. And that is the practice. And that's how you continue to sustain it. I am the highest identity, the highest version of myself, the highest version of myself. And you can even see, perceive, and imagine yourself as the highest version of you, as that angelic Elohim, as that Arcturian, as that Andromedan, or as that hybrid Arcturian Andromedan, whoever you connect to, whoever you believe, whoever you can see, whoever you know yourself to be, whoever you want to become in the world here. Allow yourself to align with that highest version of you. And that could be something different. It could be a multimillionaire. It could be a visionary. It could be an influencer. It could be an awakener, wayshower, whatever that is for you. But tap into that field and sustain it. Tap into the next level and sustain that. Hold that. Become that. Embody that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just going to have everybody come back now. All right, everyone. I was just typing in the chat that it's been a pleasure to be with you today. Lots of love to all of you. Blessings. You are the Christic being. You are the change that is already happening in the world. You are a contribution and a gift to the world. Lots of love. I look forward to seeing you at New Living Expo. Come by and say hello. Come by and experience the transmissions that all the speakers are going to have. And I look forward to seeing you. You can visit me at 360 Prosperity or evolve360.online. I look forward to seeing you all. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. So you're now all aligned. We worked through your chakras. We connected to higher levels of you. We moved some timelines. We cleared a lot from your space. We lean into the possibility of creation, and we began to embody that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. My website is 360 Prosperity, and I'll put it in the chat again. Thank you, Alan.
All right, everybody. Hello. I think I'm on here. Alan had to step away, and Joan's camera's not working, so I'm on here now. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much for everybody tuning in. We've been Alan, myself, and Joan are in transit all day today, getting ready for the New Living Expo. So thank you for Alan and Joan jumping in. And appreciate and love you all. I hope you receive some beautiful downloads today. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time. And the same will also end at the same time too, with some amazing people. So you all have a beautiful rest of your day, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.